What if Harry was Gojo Satoru's reincarnation? Chapter 1 Part A. The eyes that see everything. The boy at number 4, Privet Drive, was wrong. Not in any way the neighbors could articulate over their hedges and morning tea. Not in any way that would warrant a phone call or a concerned letter. He was polite when spoken to, quiet when ignored, and small enough to overlook entirely, which suited the Dursleys just fine. But there was something behind his eyes that made people look away a half-second too fast. Something that made dogs whine and pull their owners across the street. Something that made Petunia Dursley grip her kitchen counter until her knuckles went white whenever the boy stared at nothing for too long, his head tilted, his lips barely moving as though listening to a voice she couldn't hear. Harry Potter was 7 years old the first time he spoke Japanese. He was sitting cross-legged in the cupboard under the stairs, picking at the fraying edge of his blanket, when the words came out of him like water from a cracked pipe, natural, inevitable, and completely without his permission. Yer yer, he blinked, touched his own lips. The sound had come from him, he was certain of it, but it hadn't felt like speaking. It had felt like remembering, like some deep muscle memory in his throat had flexed on its own, the way his hand sometimes twitched toward a gesture he didn't understand, 2 fingers raised, casual and precise, as though framing the world in a viewfinder only he could see. He didn't know what the words meant. Not exactly. But the feeling attached to them was unmistakable, amused exasperation. A weary, fond sort of irritation, the kind an adult might feel watching a child make the same mistake for the 10th time. Which was absurd, because Harry was the child. And there was no one in this cupboard to be exasperated with except a spider named Gerald who lived in the corner and minded his own business. Harry pressed his forehead against his knees and breathed. These moments had been coming more frequently. Not just the words, he'd started dreaming in fragments that didn't belong to him. Rooftops under a sky that was too wide and too blue. A city built from neon and concrete, nothing like Little Winging. The taste of something sweet on his tongue, kikyufuku, his brain supplied, and he didn't know what that was, but he wanted it so badly his chest ached. And people. Faces he couldn't quite hold on to when he woke. A boy with pink hair and a grin that could break your heart. A girl with a hammer and a laugh like a firecracker. A dark-haired boy with shadows pooling at his feet, serious as a funeral, who Harry wanted to ruffle the hair of and tell what? He didn't know. The dreams dissolved like sugar in hot water, leaving only the sweetness behind and the frustrating certainty that he'd lost something important. Vernon's fist on the cupboard door shattered the moment. Up! Get up! Petunia needs you in the kitchen. Now. Harry unfolded himself and pushed the door open. Vernon was already retreating down the hall, his enormous back a wall of striped pajama fabric. Harry watched him go with an expression no 7-year-old should have been capable of, calm, assessing, faintly amused, as though Vernon Dursley were a minor obstacle in a world full of far more interesting problems. He made breakfast. Bacon and eggs, toast cut diagonally because Dudley screamed if the corners were wrong, orange juice poured into exactly the right glass or Petunia's lips would thin to nothing. Harry moved through the routine with mechanical ease, his hands working while his mind drifted somewhere else entirely. He was thinking about the dream again. The rooftops. There had been a fight, he was sure of it. Something fast and brutal and beautiful, a dance of bodies moving at speeds that shouldn't have been possible, and he had been at the center of it, laughing, always laughing, because nothing could touch him. That was the feeling that lingered longest after the dreams faded. Not the faces, not the words, not even the ache of loss. It was the absolute, bone-deep certainty that nothing in the world could touch him if he didn't allow it. An invisible wall between himself and everything else. A barrier that existed at the atomic level, a manipulation of space itself that, "You're burning the bacon, boy," Harry blinked. Looked down. The bacon was fine. Perfectly crisp, actually, better than he usually managed. But Vernon needed something to shout about the way other men needed air, so Harry murmured an apology he didn't mean and slid the bacon onto the plate. Dudley was watching him from across the table. Dudley watched him a lot these days, and not with the usual piggish calculation of a bully sizing up prey. There was something nervous in it now. Something that had started 3 weeks ago, when Dudley and his gang had cornered Harry behind the school gym. Harry didn't like thinking about what had happened behind the gym. 5 boys. Dudley in the center, Piers Polkiss at his shoulder like a rat riding a boulder, and 3 others whose names Harry had never bothered to learn. They'd backed him against the brick wall, and Dudley had been saying something, the usual probably, something about Harry's clothes or Harry's parents or Harry's stupid face, and Harry had felt the shift. It was like a curtain being pulled back inside his skull. One moment he was Harry Potter, undersized and underfed, a boy who lived in a cupboard and owned nothing that hadn't been Dudley's first. The next moment he was someone else, someone who looked out through Harry's eyes with a vast, lazy amusement, who assessed the 5 boys the way a mathematician assesses a simple equation, already solved, barely worth writing down. Dudley had thrown the first punch, a wide, slow, telegraphed haymaker that Harry could have dodged in his sleep. Harry didn't dodge. The punch stopped. Dudley's fist just stopped. 3 inches from Harry's face, Dudley's knuckles met something invisible, something that gave not a single millimeter, and the big boy's wrist folded backward with the full momentum of his own swing. Dudley screamed. The other boys froze. And Harry stood there, untouched, his green eyes carrying a blue shimmer at their edges that none of the boys were coherent enough to notice. "Don't," Harry said, just the one word. But it came out wrong, too deep, too calm, carrying a weight of authority that didn't belong to a child. It was the voice of someone who had said that word to things far more dangerous than Dudley Dursley and had never once needed to say it twice. The boys ran. Dudley's wrist wasn't broken, as it turned out. Sprained. Petunia had fussed and Vernon had raged, and Harry had spent 2 days locked in the cupboard without food, which bothered him less than it should have. He'd sat in the dark and flexed his fingers and tried to find that invisible wall again, tried to feel the edges of whatever had stopped Dudley's fist. It was there. He could sense it the way you sense a word on the tip of your tongue, present but formless, refusing to crystallize. But it was there. Now, 3 weeks later, Dudley couldn't look at him without flinching, and Harry moved through number 4, Privet Drive, like a ghost that had figured out it could knock things over if it wanted to. He just hadn't decided if he wanted to yet. The years passed. Harry was 10 the first time he saw his own eyes change. He'd snuck into the bathroom after the Dursleys had gone to sleep, which wasn't unusual, the cupboard didn't have a mirror, and sometimes Harry needed to see his own face just to confirm he existed. He leaned over the sink, close to the glass, studying the features that stared back at him. Thin face, bad glasses, held together with tape. The scar, always the scar, that jagged lightning bolt that pulsed sometimes when he dreamed of green light. And then, as he watched, his eyes shifted. The green didn't disappear. It was more like something surfaced beneath it, a luminous blue rising from deep water, swallowing the iris from the center outward. Not one shade of blue, dozens, layered and fractured like light through crystal, an impossible kaleidoscope of sapphire and cerulean and electric violet blue that seemed to vibrate with information. Harry stared at his own reflection, and his reflection stared back, and he could suddenly see everything. The bathroom exploded into data. Not literally, the walls stayed where they were, the toilet didn't go anywhere. But Harry's perception cracked open like an egg, and the world that poured in was so dense with detail that his knees buckled. He could see the individual water molecules beating on the faucet. He could see the dust motes in the air, not as blur but as discrete particles with trajectories he could calculate. He could see through the wall, not visually, not like X-ray vision, but he could feel the space beyond it, feel Vernon's massive body displacing air in the master bedroom, feel Petunia's heartbeat like a moth trapped in a jar, feel Dudley's restless thrashing in his sleep 2 rooms away. He could see the magic. It was everywhere, thin threads of it running through the walls like veins, in a leaf, residual traces from whatever protections had been placed on this house. He understood, without knowing how, that something was keeping him here, something beyond the Dursleys' grudging obligation. It was woven into the brickwork, anchored to the foundation, a dome of shimmering intention that tasted like sacrifice and smelled like his mother's hair, which he had never smelled, but he knew it, The way he knew the Japanese words and the rooftop dreams and the wall that stopped fists. Harry gripped the sink and forced air into his lungs. The blue receded. The green returned. The bathroom was just a bathroom again, ugly tile, mildew in the corner, Dudley's rubber duck sitting on the edge of the tub like a fat yellow witness. "What?" Harry whispered. "The hell is happening to me?" Nobody answered. Gerald the spider's descendants had colonized the bathroom ceiling, but they weren't the conversational type. Harry went back to the cupboard. He lay in the dark with his hands folded over his chest and systematically reviewed everything he knew, which wasn't much. He had strange dreams. He spoke Japanese. He could stop things from touching him, and his eyes turned blue and showed him the fundamental structure of reality. Normal Tuesday, really. He laughed, a quiet, involuntary sound that startled him with its warmth. The laugh didn't feel like his. It felt borrowed, inherited, a reflex from whoever he used to be. Whoever this Satoru was, he'd found the world hilarious, and Harry was starting to understand why. When you could see everything, the absurdity was inescapable. Here he was, the most powerful thing in a 5-mile radius. He knew that now, the blue eyes had confirmed it, and he was sleeping in a cupboard under the stairs because a man shaped like a walrus told him to. It was, objectively, very funny. Harry closed his eyes and dreamed of a man in white, blindfolded, standing on a rooftop in Tokyo with his arms spread wide and his face turned up to the sun. The man was saying something, but the wind carried it away. Harry strained to hear. The man turned toward him, and even through the blindfold, Harry could feel the weight of his gaze, warm and sad and proud and infinite, like staring into the center of a star. The man mouthed 3 words. Harry couldn't hear them. But he felt them in his chest, in his bones, in the ancient, impossible architecture of his soul. "You're me, remember." Harry woke up crying, and he didn't know why. The letter arrived on a Thursday. Harry had known it was coming. Not prophetically, nothing so dramatic. He'd simply noticed the owls. For the past week, owls had been congregating on the rooftops of Privet Drive with the casual intensity of tourists at a landmark. And while the Dursleys maintained a heroic commitment to not noticing things, Harry had spent 10 years honing an awareness that bordered on the supernatural. Literally bordered on it, as it turned out. He was in the kitchen when the mail slot clattered. "Get the mail, Dudley," Vernon said without looking up from his paper. "Make Harry get it. Get the mail, Harry. Make Dudley get it." Vernon's face began its familiar journey toward purple. Harry held up a hand, grinning. "Joking, I'm going." He walked to the front door and gathered the post from the mat. Bill, postcard from Vernon's sister Marge. Harry suppressed a shudder. That woman was a whole situation, and a thick envelope made of yellowish parchment, addressed in emerald green ink, too. Mr. H. Potter, the cupboard under the stairs, 4 Privet Drive, Little Winging, Surrey. Harry stared at it. Something resonated in the back of his skull, not a memory, exactly, but a vibration, like a tuning fork struck in an adjacent room. This was important. This was the hinge point. He could feel the trajectory of his life bending around this single piece of parchment like light around a gravity well. He turned the envelope over. A wax seal, purple, stamped with a coat of arms. A lion, an eagle, a badger, and a snake surrounding a large letter H. Hogwarts. The word surfaced in his mind, fully formed, carrying with it a rush of associated data. School, magic, Britain, castle, old. Not memories, his past life hadn't known this place. This was pure Harry knowledge, dredged up from some forgotten conversation overheard in childhood, or perhaps just the intuition of a boy whose eyes could see the threads of magic in his own walls. He walked back into the kitchen and sat down at the table. He did not give the letter to Vernon. He did not try to hide it. He simply broke the seal with his thumb, unfolded the parchment, and read it while the Dursleys stared at him with the frozen expressions of people watching a bomb count down. "Dear Mr. Potter," Harry read aloud, because he discovered recently that he had a flair for the dramatic and saw no reason to suppress it. "We are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." The silence that followed was extraordinary. It had texture. Harry could have spread it on toast. Vernon found his voice first, though found was generous. It sounded more like his voice had been cornered and dragged out against its will. "Now you listen here, boy. I will not have, we swore when we took you in, I will not, Vernon." Harry set the letter down and looked at his uncle. Just looked at him. He didn't summon the blue eyes. He didn't need to. Somewhere in the last year, Harry had learned that the weight behind his gaze existed even when his eyes were green, a gravity, a pressure, the spiritual mass of two lives compressed into one small body. Vernon felt it. Harry watched the big man's bluster collapse inward like a punctured balloon. "I'm going," Harry said mildly, "but I appreciate you hosting me for the last decade. The cupboard was cozy." Petunia made a sound like a kettle being stepped on. Harry turned to her, and his expression softened. She was terrified. He could see it in the micro-tremors of her hands, the way her eyes kept darting to the letter as though it were a snake. And beneath the terror, something older and deeper, grief. She'd had a sister who'd gotten a letter like this. Harry knew that the way he knew a lot of things lately, in fragments, through inference, through the vast pattern recognition engine that hummed behind his eyes. "My mum got one too, didn't she?" he asked quietly. Petunia's face crumbled. For one instant, the mask of suburban propriety and resentment slipped, and Harry saw the woman underneath, a girl who'd lost her sister to a world she couldn't follow her into and who'd spent 20 years calcifying around that wound. Then the mask snapped back. "Don't ask questions," Petunia hissed. "That was always your mother's problem. Questions, always wanting to know things she shouldn't. She wanted to understand," Harry said. "That's not a flaw. That's the opposite of a flaw." He said it with such simple conviction that Petunia's mouth closed with an audible click. Harry picked up his letter, stood, and walked back to the cupboard. He had arrangements to make and very few details about how to make them, but the letter mentioned a supply list and a term starting September 1st, which gave him almost 2 months. He'd figure it out. He always figured things out. He was halfway down the hall when Vernon's courage made a surprise comeback. "You are not going to some crackpot school to learn magic," Harry supplied helpfully, without turning around. "The word is magic, Vernon, and yes, I am." The cupboard door closed behind him with a soft click that somehow carried more finality than a slam. They tried to stop him, of course. Vernon boarded up the mail slot. More letters came, through the windows, down the chimney, tucked inside the egg carton from the milkman. The Dursleys' commitment to denial escalated with a momentum that Harry found genuinely impressive. Vernon moved the whole family to a miserable shack on a rock in the middle of the sea, apparently operating on the theory that magic couldn't swim. Harry sat on the floor of the shack and watched Dudley's watch tick toward midnight. July 31st. His birthday. Through the walls, he didn't need the blue eyes for this anymore. His regular senses had been sharpening for months. He could feel something approaching. Something big, warm, and saturated with a wild, earthy magic that tasted like forests and thunderstorms. At the stroke of midnight, the door didn't knock. The door ceased to exist. It blew inward off its hinges with a boom that shook plaster from the ceiling, and the man who stepped through the doorway had to bend nearly double to fit. He was enormous, twice as tall as a normal man and 5 times as wide, with a face almost entirely obscured by a wild tangle of black hair and beard. His hands were the size of dustbin lids. His eyes, small and beetle-black, were crinkled with a warmth that Harry felt like sunlight on his skin. "Sorry about that," the giant said, picking up the door and fitting it roughly back into its frame. He turned, and his gaze found Harry immediately, passing over the Dursleys as though they were furniture. Something in his expression broke open, a raw, helpless tenderness that made Harry's chest tight. "Last time I saw you, you was only a baby," the giant said, his voice thick. "Ye look a lot like your dad, but ye have got your mum's eyes." Harry's green eyes, not the blue ones hiding underneath. Harry felt a flicker of something, gratitude maybe, that this stranger saw him as his parents' son and not as whatever else he was becoming. "I'm Hagrid," the giant said. "Rubeus Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts." He puffed up with obvious pride. "I've come ter take ye to get your school things. Unless, blimey, Harry, ye do know about Hogwarts, Don, yeah?" "I got the letter," Harry said. He stood and found that the top of his head didn't quite reach Hagrid's belt buckle. "I know it's a school for magic. Beyond that, I'm working with limited information." Hagrid stared at him. There was something in the way Harry spoke, too composed, too precise, carrying an ease that didn't match the cupboard or the hand-me-down clothes or the broken glasses, that made the giant's forehead crease. But Hagrid was a man who dealt in dragons and three-headed dogs, and a slightly odd 11-year-old barely registered on his scale of unusual. "Right," Hagrid said. "Well, s'pose I'd better start from the beginning then." Vernon chose this moment to waddle forward with a shotgun, which was both the bravest and stupidest thing Harry had ever watched him do. "I demand that you leave at once, sir. You are breaking and entering." Hagrid reached out, grabbed the barrel of the shotgun, and bent it into a pretzel shape with roughly the same effort Harry would use to fold a piece of paper. Vernon sat down very quickly. "As I was sayin'," Hagrid continued, as though Vernon hadn't happened, "Harry, you're a wizard." Harry waited for the revelation to land. It didn't really. He'd known he was something. Wizard was as good a word as any, though it didn't feel like it covered the full scope of whatever was happening inside him. Calling what he could do wizardry was like calling the ocean wet, technically accurate but catastrophically incomplete. "All right," Harry said. "When do we leave?" Hagrid blinked. "Yeah, you're not surprised. I've been able to see the magical protections woven into my aunt's house since I was 10, Harry said conversationally. "And I once stopped a moving car by raising my hand. So no, Hagrid, I'm not especially surprised." The silence was different this time. Hagrid was looking at him with an expression that mixed wonder with the faintest edge of unease, and Harry recognized it because he'd been seeing it on people's faces for years. The something's not quite right about that boy look. He smiled, warm, deliberate, and just bright enough to push the unease back, and stuck out his hand. "It's good to meet you, Hagrid. Really." Hagrid's enormous hand enveloped his, and the giant's face crumpled into something dangerously close to tears. "Ya look just like your parents, Harry. Ya really do." Harry held onto the handshake a beat longer than necessary. Behind his eyes, the blue flickered, just for an instant, and in that instant he saw Hagrid with perfect clarity. The magic saturating his massive frame, the traces of something non-human in his bloodline giant, his instincts whispered half-giant, and the absolute, uncomplicated love radiating from him like heat from a furnace. This was a good man. Harry's track record with identifying good men was limited to a sample size of 0, but some things you just knew. "Let's go," Harry said. They left the shack on the rock in the middle of the sea, and Harry didn't look back. Diagon Alley hit Harry like a wall of color and noise and impossible magic. Hagrid led him through the Leaky Cauldron, a dingy pub in London that muggles walked past without seeing, their eyes sliding off it like water off glass. Harry watched the phenomenon with fascination, his perception peeling back the layers of the enchantment. It wasn't invisibility. It was a notice-me-not effect, a subtle manipulation of attention and intention that redirected awareness around the pub like a stone diverting a stream. Elegant, in its way. Crude compared to what he could feel stirring in his own bones, but elegant for what it was. Inside the pub, people recognized him. Of course they did. Harry Potter, the boy who lived, Hagrid had explained the broad strokes on the journey, and Harry had listened with the focused stillness of a predator absorbing new data. Voldemort, the killing curse. His parents' sacrifice. The scar. Harry had touched the lightning bolt on his forehead and felt it pulse, faintly like a second heartbeat, and something deep inside him, something that spoke with Satoru's lazy certainty, had whispered, "Parasite." He filed that away for later. The pub-goers swarmed him. Handshakes, tears, a man in a top hat who bowed so low he nearly tipped over. Harry endured it with a grace that confused Hagrid. Most 11-year-olds would have been overwhelmed. But Harry moved through the crowd with an instinctive ease, shaking hands and smiling, and deflecting the more intense admirers with a light word or a gentle redirect. He'd never done this before. He'd never needed to manage a crowd. But the motions felt as natural as breathing, as though some previous version of himself had spent years as the center of attention and had elevated crowd management to an art form. Because I was famous there too, Harry thought, and the thought came with a flash of white hair, white uniform, white blindfold, and a grin so sharp it could cut. Hagrid extracted him eventually and led him to the back of the pub, where a brick wall opened into Diagon Alley, and Harry stopped thinking about crowds entirely. The alley was alive. There was no other word for it. Magic didn't just exist here. It thrived, layered and dense and chaotic, 1,000 spells and enchantments and charmed objects radiating energy in every direction. Harry's senses expanded without his permission, the blue creeping into the edges of his vision, and for a moment the alley became a symphony of intersecting forces. The warding on the shop fronts, the tracking charms on the owls, the subtle curse detection spells embedded in the cobblestones, the deep, ancient magic pulsing beneath Gringotts Bank like a buried heartbeat. He forced the perception down. Too much. Not yet. "Yeah, all right, Harry?" Hagrid asked, peering down at him with concern. "Ye've gone a bit pale." "Fine," Harry said and meant it. "Just a lot to take in," Hagrid beamed. "Wait till ye see the inside of Gringotts." Gringotts was run by goblins, which Harry found delightful. Small, sharp-featured, deeply unimpressed creatures who handled gold with a reverence that bordered on the spiritual. Harry watched them with open fascination and caught more than one goblin watching him back with an expression he couldn't quite decode, not hostility, not fear, but a wary recognition, as though they could see something about him that humans couldn't. His vault was modestly stacked with gold, silver, and bronze coins. Enough for school supplies and then some. Harry gathered what he needed and followed Hagrid back into the alley, where the real business began. They bought robes at Madame Malkin's, where Harry stood on a stool next to a pale, pointed boy with white blonde hair who talked about Quidditch and blood purity with the casual entitlement of someone who'd never been told number Harry listened, responded with non-committal hums, and assessed the boy with the dispassionate clarity that came more naturally every day. Rich. Pure blood, clearly. Insecure beneath the arrogance, the bravado was a performance, a script handed down from parents. Not dangerous, but not harmless either. The kind of person who'd become whatever his environment rewarded him for being. "What's your name?" Harry asked, when the boy paused for breath. "Malfoy, Draco Malfoy." "Harry Potter." Draco's reaction was everything Harry expected and nothing he enjoyed: the widened eyes, the quick reassessment, the sudden shift from casual superiority to calculated interest. Harry had been a curiosity a moment ago. Now he was an asset to be acquired. "Potter," Draco repeated, as though tasting the word. "My father told me about you." "Good things, I hope," Harry said lightly. "He said you'd be important." Harry's smile didn't waver, but behind it, something cold and precise was cataloging Draco Malfoy as a potential problem. Not the boy himself. The boy was 11 and mostly made of hair gel and second-hand opinions. The father. The system. The world that produced children who sorted people into important and not important before they'd even started school. "I've seen systems like this before," the voice in the back of his skull murmured. "Old men playing games with children's lives. Institutions that grind up the people they're supposed to protect." Harry didn't know where the thought came from, but it arrived with the weight of lived experience and the sour taste of betrayal. "I guess we'll see," Harry told Draco and stepped off the stool. They bought books at Flourish and Blott's, a cauldron and potions supplies at the apothecary, a telescope and brass scales that Harry doubted he'd ever use. Hagrid bought him a snowy owl as a birthday present, and Harry held the cage at arm's length and stared into the owl's amber eyes with an intensity that made Hagrid nervous and the owl supremely comfortable. She was beautiful. She radiated a dignified intelligence that Harry respected immediately. "Hedwig," he said. The name came from a history of magic book he'd flipped through in the shop, but it felt right. She hooted and nipped his finger, and Harry laughed, that warm, borrowed laugh, and something in his chest settled into place. Then they went to get his wand, and everything went sideways. Ollivander's was narrow and shabby, stacked floor to ceiling with long, thin boxes that hummed with contained potential. Harry felt the magic in this place like a pressure against his skin, hundreds of wands, each one a unique frequency, vibrating in the dusty air like an orchestra tuning up. His senses sharpened without his permission, the blue bleeding into the corners of his vision, and he had to physically grip the counter to keep himself grounded. "Good afternoon," said a soft voice, and Harry didn't flinch, because he'd felt the old man's presence the moment he walked through the door. Mr. Ollivander materialized from the shadows of his shop like a memory surfacing from deep water, pale, silver-eyed, carrying the particular stillness of someone who'd spent 70 years listening to wood and magic sing. "Harry Potter," Ollivander said. His silver eyes drifted to Harry's scar, lingered, then dropped to meet Harry's gaze. And stopped. The old wand-maker went very still. Not scared, Harry would have recognized fear. This was something else. Recognition, maybe. Or the sudden, vertiginous realization that the thing in front of you is bigger than the container it's wearing. "My," Ollivander breathed, "how very unusual." "People keep telling me that," Harry said. Ollivander circled him. Actually circled him, the way you'd walk around a sculpture, studying it from every angle. Harry let him because he could feel the old man's perception, not the blue eyes, nothing so dramatic, but a lifetime of magical sensitivity honed to a razor's edge, probing at the edges of whatever Harry was, trying to take his measure. Failing, and knowing he was failing, and fascinated by the failure. "Your mother's wand," Ollivander said eventually, retreating behind his counter with the air of a man who decided to solve a puzzle later. "Willow, 10¼ inches, swishy. Excellent for charm work. Your father, mahogany, 11 inches, pliable. A wand for transfiguration." He began pulling boxes from the shelves. "Let's see what chooses you, shall we?" It took 40 minutes. Harry tried wand after wand, and the results ranged from disappointing to catastrophic. A holly wand shot red sparks that scorched the ceiling. An oak wand simply refused. Harry held it and felt nothing, like gripping a dead branch. A vine wand vibrated so violently it nearly shook itself apart. An ebony wand with a dragon heartstring core produced a shockwave that knocked 3 shelves of boxes to the floor. And Ollivander's eyes went wide with something that wasn't quite delight and wasn't quite alarm. "Tricky customer," the wandmaker murmured, but his eyes were fever-bright. "Very tricky indeed." Harry set down the latest failure and flexed his fingers. The problem wasn't that the wands didn't work. It was that they couldn't hold him. He could feel it with each attempt, the wand reaching out, trying to form a connection, and hitting something inside Harry that was too vast, too dense, too fundamentally other for the wand to process. Like trying to pour the ocean through a garden hose. "Mr. Ollivander," Harry said carefully, "is it possible that no wand here will work for me?" Ollivander looked at him for a long moment. Then he reached under his counter and produced a single box, older and dustier than the others, and his hands were not quite steady as he opened it. "Holly," Ollivander said. 11 inches. Phoenix feather core. I've been curious whether this wand might suit you, Mr. Potter, because the phoenix that donated this feather gave only one other, and that other feather resides in the wand that gave you your scar." The shop went quiet. Even the humming of the other wands seemed to dim, as though the whole building was holding its breath. Harry picked up the wand. Magic surged. Gold and silver sparks erupted from the tip, cascading through the shop like fireworks, and Ollivander actually clapped his hands together with a cry of bravo. But Harry barely noticed the light show. He was focused on the connection itself, the thread of power linking his hand to the wand, phoenix feather to wizard's core, and what he felt was wrong. Not bad, not dangerous, just insufficient, like being handed a bicycle when you needed a jet engine. The wand worked. It responded to him, sang to him even, with a warm and eager resonance that felt like greeting an old friend. But it was only touching the surface of what he was. The vast, churning reservoir of power that lived beneath his magic, the thing that turned his eyes blue and stopped fists and warped space, the wand couldn't reach it, couldn't even see it. Harry held the wand and smiled because it was still a beautiful thing and it was his, and the magic flowing through it was real and warm and wanted him. But he already knew he'd outgrow it. "Curious," Ollivander said softly, watching Harry with those silver, knowing eyes. "Very curious." "You're going to tell me the wand's brother belongs to Voldemort," Harry said. Ollivander's face went blank with shock. Not at the name, though that was part of it, but at the casual, absolute certainty with which Harry said it, as though he'd seen the answer before the question was asked. "The wand chooses the wizard, Mr. Potter," Ollivander said, recovering with admirable speed. "And I think we can expect great things from you. After all, he who must not be named did great things. Terrible, yes, but great. Harry tucked the wand into his sleeve with a smooth, practiced motion that he'd never practiced. I'm not interested in great things, Mr. Ollivander. I'm interested in the right things. There's a difference. He walked out of the shop, and Ollivander stood alone among his scattered boxes and stared at the door for a very long time. Outside, Hagrid was waiting with ice cream, and Harry ate it sitting on a bench in the middle of Diagon Alley with his new owl on one side and a half-giant on the other, and for the first time in 10 years, he felt something close to happy. The sun was warm. The ice cream was good. The wand hummed against his wrist like a heartbeat. And deep inside him, behind the green eyes and the lightning scar and the borrowed memories, something vast and ancient and impossibly powerful stretched and yawned and began to wake up. September 1st came fast. Hagrid had given him his train ticket, platform 9 3/4, King's Cross Station, and left him to navigate the Dursleys' final weeks alone. Vernon drove him to the station with the smug certainty that no such platform existed, and that this whole magic nonsense would collapse under the weight of its own absurdity. Harry thanked him politely, unloaded his trunk, and stood on the concourse between platforms 9 and 10, with Hedwig's cage in one hand and his ticket in the other. The barrier between worlds was obvious to him. Not visually, it looked like a solid brick wall, convincing enough to fool anyone who relied on mere sight. But Harry's perception had been sharpening daily, the blue bleeding into his awareness in ways he couldn't fully control, and the magical gateway between platforms 9 and 10 blazed like a bonfire in his expanded senses. A fold in space. A pocket dimension stitched into the fabric of King's Cross Station with the kind of brute force enchantment that was either brilliant or insane. He walked through the wall without breaking stride and stepped into another world. Platform 9 3/4 was chaos. Beautiful, joyful, deafening chaos. Families swarmed the platform, children shrieked, owls hooted, cats yowled, steam billowed from a scarlet locomotive engine, and the air was so thick with magic that Harry's senses lit up like a Christmas tree. He stood at the edge of it all and breathed, and the boy who had lived in a cupboard for 10 years felt something crack open in his chest that might have been wonder. He loaded his trunk onto the train and found an empty compartment near the back. He sat by the window and watched the platform through the glass, memorizing faces. A girl with bushy brown hair and prominent front teeth, already wearing her school robes, lecturing her bemused parents about the ceiling in the Great Hall. A round-faced boy clutching a toad with the desperation of someone who'd already lost it once. A family of redheads, loud, chaotic, radiating warmth like a bonfire, the mother counting heads and the twins laughing and the youngest boy looking vaguely overwhelmed. The compartment door slid open. The youngest redhead stood there, tall and gangly, with a smudge of dirt on his nose and an expression of hopeful anxiety. Anyone sitting here, everywhere else is full. Harry gestured to the empty seat. All yours. The boy sat down, and Harry felt the first thread of what he would later recognize as one of the most important relationships of his life settle into place with the quiet inevitability of a key turning in a lock. I'm Ron, the boy said. Ron Weasley. Harry Potter. Ron's eyes went huge, and Harry waited patiently for the cycle, the stare, the scar check, the awkward readjustment, and to Ron's credit, it took about 4 seconds before the boy pushed past it and said, Wicked. Do you really have the scar? Harry lifted his fringe. Ron looked, nodded, and then, in a move that endeared him to Harry forever, said, Looks like it hurt. Want a chocolate frog? I'm going to keep this one, Harry thought, with a fierce, sudden certainty that had nothing to do with past lives or blue eyes, and everything to do with a boy who offered chocolate to a stranger because a scar looked like it hurt. Yeah, Harry said, smiling. I'd like that. The train pulled out of the station, and London fell away behind them, and Harry Potter, who was also in the deepest and most secret chambers of his soul, someone else entirely, rode toward a castle he'd never seen, carrying a wand that couldn't hold him, beside a boy who would become his brother. Somewhere behind his eyes, the blue pulsed. The strongest sorcerer who ever lived was going to school. Chapter 1 Part A End. Chapter 1 Part B. The eyes that see everything the countryside streamed past the windows in a blur of green and gold, and Harry let himself sink into the rhythm of the train while Ron Weasley talked. Ron talked the way he breathed, constantly, enthusiastically, and with very little filtering. Within 20 minutes, Harry knew about all 5 of Ron's older brothers: Bill the Cursebreaker, Charlie the Dragon Tamer, Percy the Insufferable Prefect, and Fred and George the Agents of Chaos. His younger sister Ginny, who was devastated she couldn't come to Hogwarts yet. His family's financial situation, tight, though Ron danced around the word poor with the practiced evasion of someone who'd been doing it his whole life. And his rat Scabbers, who was fat, gray, and apparently useless. Harry listened, really listened, not just with polite attention, but with the total focus he was discovering he could bring to anything when he chose to. Ron was nervous. The jokes came too fast, the anecdotes piled up like sandbags against a flood, and underneath it all was a boy who was desperately, transparently afraid that Harry Potter would find him boring. 5 older brothers who'd already done everything worth doing. Hand-me-down robes, a hand-me-down wand, a hand-me-down rat. Ron Weasley had spent 11 years being the least remarkable person in every room he entered, and now he was sitting across from the most famous boy in the wizarding world, and the math was eating him alive. Harry recognized the shape of it because he'd lived in a cupboard. Different specifics, same architecture. The quiet, corrosive belief that you didn't matter, that the space you occupied could be filled by anyone and no one would notice the swap. "Ron," Harry said during a lull in the monologue about Quidditch rules. "Yeah, this is the best conversation I've ever had." Ron's ears went red. "Come off it." "I'm serious. I grew up with people who pretended I didn't exist. You're sitting here telling me about broomsticks and your brother's fang earring and a rat named Scabbers, and it's the best conversation I've ever had. So stop worrying about whatever you're worrying about." Ron stared at him. His mouth opened, closed, opened again. Then he let out a shaky laugh and said, "You're a bit weird, mate." "You have no idea," Harry said, grinning. Something settled between them after that. The nervous energy drained out of Ron like water from a tub, and what replaced it was something quieter and more real, the cautious, fragile beginning of actual friendship. They ate their way through a mountain of sweets from the trolley witch. Harry bought the lot, because he had gold and Ron didn't, and he did it with enough casual ease that Ron's pride survived intact. And they talked about everything and nothing, and Harry felt something warm and unfamiliar expanding in his chest that he was fairly sure was happiness. The compartment door slid open again around noon. The bushy-haired girl from the platform stood in the doorway, already in her robes, with the round-faced boy hovering behind her like an anxious moon orbiting a very determined planet. "Has anyone seen a toad?" she asked. "Neville's lost one." "Haven't seen one," Ron said, through a mouthful of pumpkin pasty. The girl's gaze swept the compartment with a forensic thoroughness that Harry found instantly familiar. She was cataloging everything, the sweet wrappers, Ron's battered trunk, Harry's scar. Her eyes lingered for exactly 8 seconds before discipline pulled them away, and the general state of 2 boys who had not yet changed into their robes. Her disapproval was subtle but comprehensive. "You should change soon," she said. "I expect we'll be arriving before long. I'm Hermione Granger, by the way, and you are?" "Ron Weasley," Ron said, still chewing. "Harry Potter," Harry said. Hermione's composure cracked. Not dramatically, she was far too controlled for that, but Harry saw the fracture lines. The widened eyes, the sharp intake of breath, the rapid mental recalculation as Harry Potter. A figure from books, a historical event, an abstract concept, became a specific boy sitting cross-legged on a train seat with chocolate on his thumb. "I've read about you," she said, recovering with impressive speed. "You're in modern magical history and the rise and fall of the dark arts and great wizarding events of the 20th century. Am I any good in them?" Hermione blinked. "What? In the books, am I a compelling character? Good arc? Satisfying resolution?" Ron snorted. Hermione stared at Harry with the expression of someone whose worldview had just been poked in a place it didn't appreciate. "They're history books, not novels." "Everything's a story," Harry said. "The question is who's telling it," and what they left out. He said it lightly, but the words carried a weight that Hermione clearly felt because her expression shifted from affronted to intrigued. She was smart. Harry could see it the way he could see the magical protections on his aunt's house, as a fundamental structural reality rather than a surface detail. Not just book smart, though she was certainly that. Pattern smart, the kind of intelligence that couldn't stop connecting dots even when the picture they formed was uncomfortable. "I suppose that's true," she said slowly. "Well, if you see Neville's toad, we'll send up a flare," Harry said. "Good to meet you, Hermione." She left, but she looked back over her shoulder as the door slid shut, and Harry caught the expression on her face, curious, cautious, the first green shoots of something that wasn't quite friendship yet but could be, with enough sunlight and time. "Mental, that one," Ron said, shaking his head. "Brilliant, that one," Harry corrected gently. "Don't make the mistake of confusing the two." Ron gave him an odd look, but let it go, and the train carried them north through landscapes that grew wilder and darker with every passing mile. The sky was bruised purple and studded with early stars when the train finally slowed, and a voice echoed through the corridors. "We will be reaching Hogwarts in 5 minutes' time. Please leave your luggage on the train. It will be taken to the school separately." Harry changed into his robes and stepped off the train into cold Scottish air that smelled like pine and lake water and old, old magic. Hagrid was there, towering over the crowd of first-years with a lantern held high, his voice booming across the platform. Furs years over here." They followed him down a steep, narrow path through dense trees, and Harry's expanded senses unfurled around him like wings. The forest on either side was alive, not just with animals and insects, but with magic. Deep magic, the kind that had seeped into the soil over centuries and taken root in the bedrock. Things moved in the darkness between the trees that Harry's blue-tinged perception registered as large, intelligent, and not entirely friendly. He filed the information away and kept walking. "Yale get your furs Site O, Hogwarts in a sec," Hagrid called over his shoulder. The path opened onto the shore of a vast black lake, and Harry looked up, and his breath left his body. Hogwarts. It rose from the far shore like something dreamed rather than built. Towers and turrets and battlements climbing into the starlit sky, every window blazing with warm golden light, the whole impossible structure reflected in the still water of the lake like a castle and its ghost. It was the most beautiful thing Harry had ever seen. And for a moment, just a moment, the blue surged behind his eyes and he saw the castle as it truly was. Not stone and mortar, but magic made solid. Centuries of accumulated enchantment layered so thick and dense that the building was more spell than structure. Wards and protections and ancient magics woven together into something that was almost alive, almost aware, a vast magical organism that had been watching over children for 1,000 years. And it saw him. Harry felt it, a brush of attention, impossibly ancient, impossibly gentle, like being noticed by a mountain. The castle's awareness passed over him, and he felt it pause and probe, and then pull back with what he could only describe as surprise. "What are you?" the castle seemed to ask. Still figuring that out, Harry thought back, and the castle's attention withdrew with something that felt remarkably like amusement. "All right there, Harry?" Hagrid asked, and Harry realized he'd been standing on the shore staring at the castle for 10 seconds longer than everyone else. "Fine," he said. It's really something," Hagrid beamed. "Wait till ya see the inside." They crossed the lake in small boats that moved on their own, and Harry sat in the prow of his boat and trailed his fingers in the black water and felt the enormous magical creature living in the depths. A squid, his senses told him, impossibly large, old as the castle and nearly as sentient. Brush a tentacle gently against the hull in what was unmistakably a greeting. Ron, sitting behind him, was too busy trying not to fall out of the boat to notice. The boats carried them through a curtain of ivy into an underground harbor, and they climbed stone steps to a massive oak door, and the door opened, and a tall, stern-faced witch in emerald green robes looked down at them with an expression that could have been carved from the same stone as the castle. "The Furs years, Professor McGonagall," Hagrid said. "Thank you, Hagrid. I will take them from here." Professor McGonagall's gaze swept the group, and when it reached Harry, it lingered. Not on the scar, she'd clearly seen it before in photographs, but on his eyes. Harry held her gaze and felt her out. Sharp, principled, powerful in the controlled and disciplined way of someone who'd spent decades mastering a single magical art. There was grief in her too, old and deep, that Harry suspected had something to do with his parents. She looked away first, not out of weakness, out of self-preservation. Harry filed that response away alongside the goblins and Ollivander. People with finely tuned magical senses could feel something about him that they couldn't name and didn't like. McGonagall led them through the entrance hall, enormous, torchlit, the ceiling too high to see, and parked them in a small chamber off the main hall to wait. "The sorting ceremony will begin momentarily," she said. "I suggest you all smarten yourselves up." She left. The first years erupted into nervous chatter, and Harry stood in the middle of it like a stone in a stream, letting the current flow around him. The pale boy from Madame Malkin's, Draco Malfoy, appeared at his elbow, flanked by two enormous boys who looked like bodyguards cosplaying as children. "So it's true," Draco said, with the self-satisfied air of someone confirming a rumor. "Harry Potter has come to Hogwarts." Whispers rippled through the crowd. Draco ignored them with the practiced ease of someone raised to be the center of attention. "This is Crabbe and Goyle," he said, nodding at his bookends. "And I'm Draco Malfoy. We met at Madame Malkin's." "Right," Draco stuck out his hand. "You'll find that some wizarding families are better than others, Potter. I can help you there." Harry looked at the outstretched hand. Then he looked at Draco Malfoy's face, the sharp features, the calculated smile, the careful positioning of an 11-year-old playing the role his father had scripted for him. And Harry felt something that wasn't anger or contempt, but something sadder. Recognition. This was a kid who'd been shaped into a weapon before he'd had the chance to figure out what kind of person he actually wanted to be. Harry took the hand and shook it. Ron made a strangled noise behind him. Draco's smile widened into something almost genuine. "Glad to hear it, Potter." "I should be clear about something, Draco," Harry said, still holding the handshake. His grip was light, but his gaze was not. "I'll be friends with whoever I choose. Ron Weasley is one of them. Hermione Granger might be another. If that's a problem for you, now would be a good time to say so." Draco's smile went rigid. Harry watched the conflict play out behind the boy's eyes. The programming versus the moment, the father's voice versus the reality of the person standing in front of him. Draco's hand twitched in Harry's grip, and for one breath, Harry thought the boy might actually rise to the occasion. He didn't, the programming won. Draco pulled his hand back, and the smile became a sneer. "You'll learn, Potter. Some people just aren't worth. Everyone's worth something," Harry said quietly. "That's not a philosophy, Draco. It's a fact. You'll figure that out eventually." He turned away before Draco could respond, because McGonagall had returned, and the doors to the Great Hall were opening, and Harry Potter had bigger things to deal with than an 11-year-old boy's identity crisis. The Great Hall was a cathedral of candlelight. 1,000 floating candles hovered beneath a ceiling enchanted to mirror the sky outside. Tonight, a vast field of stars scattered across velvet black. 4 long tables stretched the length of the hall, packed with students in black robes, their faces upturned and expectant. At the head of the room, a table full of adults watched the first years approach, with expressions ranging from warmth to calculation. Harry's gaze found the headmaster immediately. Albus Dumbledore sat in a high-backed golden chair at the center of the staff table, and he looked exactly like the kind of man who would sit in a high-backed golden chair. Tall, thin, very old, with silver hair and a beard long enough to tuck into his belt, wearing robes of deep purple patterned with golden stars. Half-moon spectacles perched on a crooked nose. And behind those spectacles, the sharpest, most penetrating eyes Harry had ever encountered. Harry's senses uncoiled. He couldn't help it. The moment Dumbledore's gaze touched him, his perception expanded in self-defense, the blue crackling to life behind his green irises, and for one crystal-clear instant, he saw Albus Dumbledore as he truly was. The power was staggering. Not raw force, though there was plenty of that, but depth. Layers upon layers of magical knowledge and ability, accumulated over more than a century, woven together into something that resembled wisdom, but was actually something more dangerous. Certainty. Dumbledore was a man who had made peace with the terrible arithmetic of sacrifice, who had learned to weigh lives on scales and call it love. He was brilliant, genuinely compassionate, and utterly convinced that the story he was telling was the right one. And at the center of that conviction, like a black thread in a white tapestry, was a plan. Harry could feel it, not the details, but the shape. A design that had been in motion for years, that had pieces and positions and acceptable losses, and that revolved like a solar system around its star, around a boy with a lightning scar and green eyes. He's already decided what I am, Harry thought. He decided it before I was born. The blue receded. Harry blinked, and Dumbledore was just a kindly old man with twinkling eyes, smiling at the first years with grandfatherly warmth. But Harry had seen behind the curtain, and the view had been instructive. That's okay, old man, he thought, and there was no malice in it, just the cool clarity of someone who recognized a chess player when he saw one. Play your game, I'll play mine. McGonagall placed a four-legged stool in front of the first years and set a pointed wizard's hat on top of it. The hat was old, patched, frayed, and thoroughly unimpressive. Then a rip near the brim opened wide like a mouth, and the hat began to sing. Harry listened to the Sorting Hat's song with half an ear. 4 houses. Gryffindor for the brave, Ravenclaw for the clever, Hufflepuff for the loyal, Slytherin for the ambitious. Clean categories for messy people. Harry had spent enough time examining his own contradictions to know how well he'd fit into any single box. Not well at all. The song ended. McGonagall unrolled a scroll of names, and the sorting began. Harry watched each student walk to the stool, jam the hat on their head, and get dispatched to their table with a shout. Hermione Granger went to Gryffindor. The hat barely touched her head before it called out the name, and she practically skipped to the table with undisguised relief. Neville Longbottom, the Toad Boy, also went to Gryffindor, though the hat took considerably longer with him, and the boy looked shocked by the result. Draco Malfoy was a Slytherin before the hat fully settled on his hair. No surprises there. Potter, Harry. The hall went silent. Then the whispers started, a rising tide of them, and Harry felt every eye in the room lock onto him like a physical force. He walked to the stool with an easy, unhurried stride that drew the whispers tighter, sat down, and felt the brim of the hat drop over his eyes, plunging him into darkness. Well, 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 said a small voice in his ear. What do we have here? Harry said nothing. He waited. The hat's presence pushed into his mind, gentle at first, then more insistent, like someone knocking on a door and receiving no answer. Harry felt it probe his memories, his thoughts, the surface layers of who he was, and he let it. He was curious what it would find. The hat found the cupboard. Found the loneliness, the hunger, the years of being told he was nothing and nobody. Found the quiet, stubborn refusal to believe it. Found the fierce intelligence and the observant eyes and the hunger, not for food, but for knowledge, for understanding, for the architecture of the world laid bare. Then the hat went deeper, and it found what was underneath. The probing stopped. Harry felt the hat recoil, not physically, but psychically, its consciousness flinching back from the thing it had brushed against like a hand snatched from a hot stove. For 3 full seconds, the hat was silent, and Harry sat on the stool in the dark and waited with the patience of someone who had all the time in the world. What? The hat whispered, Are you? Harry Potter, Harry said. You are Harry Potter, but you are also something else. Something I have never, in 1,000 years of sorting, I have never encountered a mind with this topology. There are 2 of you. No, not 2, 1, but shaped by 2. A soul with sediment, geological layers. You carry the memory of a life lived at the very peak of human capability, and beneath that, a power that doesn't belong in this world at all. Does that affect the sorting? It complicates it enormously. The hat's voice was hushed, almost reverent. The bravery is Gryffindor's, and you have it, a breathtaking amount of it, the kind that walks toward danger smiling. But the intelligence is Ravenclaw's, analytical, strategic, a mind that can process information faster than any student I've ever sorted. And the ambition, Merlin, the ambition. Not for power, not exactly, but to be the strongest, to stand at a height where no one can touch you, where you can protect everyone beneath you. That's Slytherin through and through. And Hufflepuff? The hat paused. You love fiercely, it said, and its voice was different now, quieter, almost tender. You lost people. In the other life, you loved them and you lost them, and the grief is. It's the core of you, isn't it? Beneath the power and the brilliance and the arrogance, you couldn't save them. And you've carried that into this life like a stone in your chest, and everything you do, the watchfulness, the assessment, the compulsive need to see everything, is built on the foundation of a man who swore he would never lose anyone again. Harry said nothing. The darkness behind the hat was warm and close, and something in his chest was burning. That loyalty, the hat whispered. That devotion, that willingness to shoulder the weight of the world to keep the people you love alive, Hufflepuff would cherish you. So where do I go? The hat laughed, a dry, papery sound that Harry felt more than heard. Where do you want to go? That's the only question that ever mattered. Harry thought about it. He thought about Hermione's curious eyes and Ron's offered chocolate. He thought about the Gryffindor table, loud and warm and blazing with exactly the kind of chaotic energy that the voice in the back of his skull, the lazy, confident, endlessly amused voice, thrived on. He thought about the fact that his parents had been Gryffindors, and that the man who killed them would expect his rival to follow in their footsteps, and that there was a strategic advantage in being exactly where your enemy expected you to be, because predictability was its own kind of camouflage. But mostly, he thought about Ron's face on the train. The nervous jokes, the offered chocolate, the desperate hope that Harry would find him worth keeping. Ron was a Gryffindor, Harry was as certain of that as he was of gravity. And Harry had decided in that train compartment, with that boy and that chocolate and that smudge of dirt on that nose, that he was going to keep Ron Weasley safe, which meant being close. Which meant Gryffindor, Harry said. Gryffindor, the hat bellowed, and the great hall exploded. The Gryffindor table erupted with the force of a detonation. Students were standing, cheering, the Weasley twins chanting, "We got Potter." "We got Potter," at a volume that rattled the silverware. Harry pulled the hat off his head and walked toward the wall of noise, and as he walked, he caught Dumbledore's eye. The headmaster was clapping with everyone else, his face wreathed in a benevolent smile. But his eyes, those sharp, ancient, calculating eyes, were watching Harry with an intensity that the smile couldn't quite mask. Harry met his gaze and held it, and for one fraction of a second, he let the blue flash. Just a flicker. Just the barest shimmer of cerulean at the edges of his irises, there and gone so fast that anyone watching might have blamed the candlelight. But Dumbledore saw it. Harry knew he saw it, because the headmaster's clapping hands faltered for just a beat, barely perceptible, recovered instantly, but the twinkle in his eyes dimmed, and something colder and more careful took its place. Good, Harry thought, be careful, be very, very careful. Because I'm not the weapon you think I am, and the sooner you understand that, the better this will go for both of us. He sat down at the Gryffindor table next to Ron, who was beaming like someone had just handed him the sun. Brilliant, mate, I was worried you'd end up in Slytherin. Not today, Harry said. Ron was sorted into Gryffindor minutes later. The hat took about 2 seconds, and he collapsed into the seat next to Harry with the boneless relief of a man who'd just been pulled from quicksand. The feast appeared, roast chicken, shepherd's pie, mountains of roast potatoes, trifle and ice cream and pumpkin juice, and the table erupted into the kind of organized chaos that only occurred when you combined exhausted children, unlimited food, and relief. Harry ate. He ate more than he'd ever eaten in his life. And the food was extraordinary. And Ron talked with his mouth full, and Hermione, who'd ended up on Harry's other side, tried not to watch Ron chew and failed spectacularly. And the Weasley twins lobbed bread rolls at Percy's head, and nearly headless Nick floated through the table and introduced himself. And it was loud and messy and wonderful. And Harry sat in the center of it and felt the warmth of it soak into his bones, and the voice in the back of his head, Satoru's voice, which was also his voice, which was the voice of a man who had been the strongest person alive and had spent his whole life trying to build a world where that wouldn't be necessary, said, very quietly, This is what you protect." Harry looked at Ron, who was trying to balance a spoon on his nose. Looked at Hermione, who was reading a textbook propped against the gravy boat. looked down the length of the table at Neville Longbottom, who was finally smiling, and at Dean Thomas and Seamus Finnegan, who were arguing about football versus Quidditch, and at the Weasley twins, who were enchanting Percy's goblet to sing opera every time he tried to drink. Yes, Harry thought. This. The first weeks of term settled into a rhythm that Harry found simultaneously fascinating and insufficient. Classes were a revelation, not because the material was challenging, but because it confirmed things Harry had suspected about the nature of magic. Transfiguration, taught by McGonagall with surgical precision, was the manipulation of physical reality through focused will and structured incantation. Charms, taught by tiny Professor Flitwick, who toppled off his stack of books when he reached Harry's name on the register, was the imposition of magical properties onto objects and spaces. Herbology was the study of magical organisms. History of magic was taught by a ghost, which was conceptually interesting and practically unbearable. Astronomy was mapping the influence of celestial bodies on magical fields. And potions. Potions was taught in the dungeons by a man who hated Harry on sight. Professor Snape was tall, thin, sallow-skinned, with greasy black hair and a hooked nose and eyes like twin gun barrels. He swept into the dungeon classroom on the first day with his robes billowing behind him like the wings of a deeply irritated bat, and he fixed Harry with a stare that contained more concentrated hostility than Harry had experienced from any single human being, including Vernon Dursley. "Ah, yes," Snape said softly. "Harry Potter, our new celebrity." The word dripped with contempt. Harry met Snape's eyes and felt, not with the blue, just with regular human perception, the shape of the man's hatred. It was personal, it was old, and it wasn't really about Harry at all. Snape was looking at him and seeing someone else, the dead father Harry had never known, whose face he apparently wore like a mask. "Potter," Snape said, "what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormhood?" The class was silent. Hermione's hand shot up. Harry looked at Snape and considered his options. He knew the answer. He'd read the textbook cover to cover 3 times, because reading was something you could do in a cupboard. And information was the only currency that couldn't be taken from you. But answering correctly would only feed the dynamic Snape was trying to establish. The hostile professor, the arrogant student, the adversarial relationship that Snape clearly needed for reasons that had nothing to do with potions. Harry chose a different path. "The draught of living death," he said calmly. "A powerful sleeping potion." The asphodel and wormhood create a base that, when combined with sloth brain and soporiferous bean juice, produces an effect similar to, but more controllable than, a targeted coma. In Victorian-era flower language, asphodel is a type of lily associated with death and remembrance, and wormhood symbolizes absence and bitter sorrow. He paused. "Which means your question, translated into flowers, is I bitterly regret Lily's death, which I expect you already knew." The dungeon went so quiet that Harry could hear the individual heartbeats of 23 students and 1 teacher. Snape's face had gone white, not pale white. The blood had drained from his skin so completely that he looked like a corpse standing upright, and his eyes, his dark, hostile, wounded eyes, were wide with a shock so profound it had bypassed anger entirely and landed somewhere in the territory of existential crisis. Harry held his gaze. He hadn't meant to say the last part. It had just come out, the pattern recognition, the analytical mind that couldn't stop connecting dots, the terrible clarity of the blue eyes even when they weren't active. He'd read the flower meanings in a Muggle library book 2 years ago, and the connection had formed the instant Snape asked the question, and the words had left his mouth before wisdom could intervene. Damn, Harry thought. Satoru, you absolute liability. Your mouth is going to get us killed. The silence stretched. Snape's jaw worked. His hands, hanging at his sides, were trembling with a fine, barely perceptible vibration that could have been rage or grief or both. 10 points from Gryffindor, Snape whispered, for your insufferable arrogance. He turned away, robes snapping behind him, and began writing instructions on the blackboard with movements that were slightly too controlled, slightly too precise, the careful motions of a man holding himself together by force of will. Ron was staring at Harry with his mouth open. Hermione looked like she'd been struck by lightning and wasn't sure whether to be horrified or impressed. Neville appeared to be praying. What was that? Ron hissed when Snape's back was turned. A mistake, Harry murmured. A well-intentioned, catastrophically timed mistake. But it wasn't entirely. Because as Snape's back stayed turned for the rest of the lesson, and his voice when he spoke was clipped and mechanical, Harry felt something shift in the architecture of Snape's hostility. Not a softening, nothing so simple, but a crack. The anger was still there, the contempt, the reflexive cruelty. But underneath it, wedged into the fracture Harry's words had created, was something new, the nauseating realization that this boy was not his father. That behind James Potter's face lived a mind that could see Severus Snape, really see him. And that was more terrifying than any amount of schoolyard arrogance. Harry spent the rest of the lesson brewing a passable boil-cure potion and silently promising himself he'd keep the Blues' analytical gifts on a shorter leash. Seeing everything was only useful if you had the wisdom to know what to say about it, and he was 11 years old, and wisdom was still a work in progress. After potions, Hermione caught up with him in the corridor. "How did you know that?" she asked, slightly breathless. "About the flower language? That's not in any of our textbooks." "I read a lot. That's not an answer. It's the answer I've got. Sorry." Hermione frowned at him, a fierce, focused frown that Harry was already learning to respect, because it meant her brain was chewing on something and wouldn't stop until it cracked. "You're very strange, Harry Potter. Top 3 strangest people you've ever met." "Top 1 easily," Harry laughed. "Good, normal is overrated." Hermione's frown softened into something reluctantly approaching a smile, and she walked beside him to their next class without saying anything else, and Harry counted that as a win. The weeks accumulated. Harry attended classes, did his homework, practiced spells in the common room with Ron, argued about books with Hermione, and learned the castle's geography with an ease that surprised everyone except himself. Because Harry didn't learn the castle. The castle showed itself to him. It started small. A staircase that should have swung away from him pausing, holding its position until he'd crossed. A door that opened before he touched it. A corridor that shortened imperceptibly when he was late for class. The castle liked him. There was no other way to describe it. The ancient, half-sentient magical structure of Hogwarts had recognized something in Harry during that first boat ride across the lake, and now it was accommodating him, smoothing his path, making room. Harry found the room of requirement on a Tuesday night in the 3rd week of October. He'd been wandering the 7th floor, unable to sleep, his mind buzzing with the kind of restless energy that came when the blue pushed at the edges of his consciousness and demanded to be used. He paced past a stretch of blank wall, thinking about how badly he needed a place to practice, somewhere private, somewhere he could push the boundaries of what he was without worrying about being seen, and a door materialized in the stone. Harry stared at it. His senses expanded, probing the magic. A spatial anomaly, a pocket dimension folded into the fabric of the castle, responsive to intent. Not unlike the barrier between platforms 9 and 10 at King's Cross, but orders of magnitude more sophisticated. The castle hadn't just given him a room. It had given him a room that would become whatever he needed. He opened the door. The space beyond was enormous, a vaulted chamber with high ceilings, padded floors, and walls that seemed to absorb sound. Training dummies stood in rows along one wall. A mirror, tall and clear, occupied another. The room was warm, well-lit, and humming with a quiet, expectant energy, like a stage waiting for its performer. Harry walked to the center of the room, closed his eyes, and let go. The blue flooded in. Not the cautious trickle he'd been allowing, the full force of it, the torrent, the perception that cracked reality open to its foundations. His eyes blazed behind their lids, sapphire light leaking through the skin, and the room expanded in his awareness until he could feel every molecule of air, every thread of magic, every quantum fluctuation in the fabric of space-time. And there, in the space between the quantum fluctuations, he found it. Infinity. It wasn't a spell. It wasn't magic, at least not the kind they taught at Hogwarts. It was something older, deeper, something that operated at the level of reality itself. The ability to manipulate the space between things, to create an infinite series of divisions between any approaching object and his body, so that contact became mathematically impossible. Convergent series, an infinite approach that never arrived. Zeno's paradox made flesh, made real, made weapon. Harry raised his hand, and the air in front of his palm shimmered. He held it for 3 seconds before the effort collapsed him to his knees. His vision blurred, the blue guttered, and he gasped for breath on the padded floor of the room of requirement like a runner who'd sprinted into a wall. Too much. Too fast. The power was there, all of it, the whole impossible arsenal, but his body wasn't ready. 11 years old, untrained, running Satoru's techniques through a magical framework that hadn't been designed for them. It was like trying to play a symphony on a toy piano. The music existed, but the instrument couldn't express it. Not yet. Harry sat up, wiped blood from his nose. He hadn't even noticed the nosebleed start, looked at his trembling hands and grinned. "Okay," he said to the empty room, to the ghost of a man in white, to the castle that was listening. "So we do this the hard way." He came back the next night, and the next. And every night after that, for hours at a time, pushing the boundaries of what his body could channel, what his mind could process, what the intersection of jujutsu sorcery and wizarding magic could produce when you fused them in the same vessel. Infinity came first, unreliable, flickering, lasting seconds at a time before it destabilized. Then the reinforcement techniques, the way of flooding his muscles and bones with cursed energy, which he was discovering was related to but distinct from magical energy, 2 rivers from the same mountain, flowing through different valleys. His reflexes sharpened. His speed increased. His body, undersized and underfed from a decade of cupboard living, began to change, slowly, stubbornly, like a blade being forged one hammer strike at a time. The offensive techniques were harder, much harder. Blue, the attraction. Red, the repulsion. And the thing they made together, the thing that whispered at the edge of his dreams in a voice that was his and not his, the technique that Satoru had considered his masterpiece, hollow purple. He wasn't ready for that, not even close. But he could feel it waiting, coiled in the architecture of his soul like a loaded gun, patient and inevitable. One day, not today, not this year, but one day. In the meantime, he had a troll to deal with. Halloween arrived with the smell of baking pumpkin and the particular brand of hysteria that Hogwarts students brought to any holiday that involved sugar. Harry sat at the Gryffindor table in the Great Hall, surrounded by floating jack-o'-lanterns and the detritus of the feast, and watched Ron shovel food into his face with the mechanical efficiency of a boy who'd grown up competing with 5 brothers for every pork chop. Hermione wasn't there. Harry had noticed immediately. His awareness of the people he cared about had become almost preternatural, a constant background hum of location and emotional state that he couldn't turn off and didn't want to. Hermione had been in the first-floor girls' bathroom since the afternoon, crying. Ron had said something cruel about her in Charms. She's a nightmare, honestly. No wonder she hasn't got any friends. And Hermione had heard, and she'd fled, and she'd been crying for hours. Harry had considered intervening earlier. He decided against it. Hermione needed the space to feel her feelings, and Ron needed the guilt to teach him something about the weight of words. But now it was Halloween evening, and Hermione was still in that bathroom, and Harry's instincts were prickling in a way that had nothing to do with interpersonal drama. Something was wrong. He felt it before Quirrel burst through the doors, a disturbance in the castle's magical field. A discordant note in the symphony of wards and enchantments that Harry had been learning to read. Something large and hostile and saturated with a magic that tasted like rot and dead things had entered the building, and the castle's ancient awareness was recoiling from it like flesh from a flame. The doors slammed open. Professor Quirrel, the nervous, stuttering defense against the dark arts teacher who smelled wrong in ways Harry hadn't been able to articulate, sprinted into the great hall with his turban askew and his face the color of old porridge. "Troll!" he screamed. "Troll in the dungeons." "Thought you ought to know," he feinted. Convincingly, too, Harry would give him that. But Harry's expanded senses were already dissecting the performance, finding the calculated positioning of the fall, the controlled breathing beneath the apparent unconsciousness, and the dark, oily magic radiating from the turban that Harry had been studiously not examining for weeks because every time he tried, his scar burned and something behind the turban looked back. Quirrel was not what he appeared to be. Harry had known this since the first week, but that was a problem for another night. Tonight, the problem was the troll and Hermione. The Great Hall erupted into chaos. Dumbledore fired a cannon blast from his wand and ordered students to their dormitories, and prefects began herding first years toward the doors, and Harry grabbed Ron's arm and pulled him sideways out of the stream of bodies. Hermione doesn't know about the troll, Harry said. She's in the first-floor bathroom. Ron's face went white. Whatever guilt he'd been carrying about the charms incident crystallized instantly into fear, and to his eternal credit, he didn't hesitate. Let's go. They ran. Through the corridors, against the flow of students, moving fast and silent in the shadows, Harry's senses were wide open, the blue flickering at the edges of his vision, tracking the troll through the castle by its magical signature, a thick, brutal, lumbering presence 3 floors above the dungeons and climbing. The teachers had gone down, the troll had gone up, and Hermione was directly in its path. Harry ran faster. They heard it before they saw it, the crash of splintering wood, a scream that Harry recognized with a visceral certainty that turned his blood to ice. Hermione's scream. The sound detonated something inside Harry's chest, something that bypassed thought and strategy and 11-year-old limitations and went straight to the ancient, furious, protective core of whoever he used to be. Nobody dies. Not this time. Not on my watch. Harry hit the bathroom door at full sprint and it exploded inward, and the scene that greeted him was exactly as bad as his senses had predicted. The troll was 12 feet tall, granite gray, and profoundly stupid, with tiny eyes and a club the size of a tree trunk. It had cornered Hermione against the far wall. She was on the floor, her arms over her head, surrounded by the wreckage of bathroom stalls, and the troll was raising its club for a swing that would turn her into a memory. Time slowed. Not metaphorically, literally. Harry's perception accelerated to a speed that left normal time behind, and the world became a series of frozen frames. The club at its apex, Hermione's tear-streaked face, Ron's horrified shout from the doorway, the dust motes hanging in the air like stars. Harry's eyes turned blue. Not the cautious flicker, not the tentative shimmer, the full blaze, vivid, electric, burning like twin suns in his skull, the 6 eyes opening to their fullest extent for the first time in this life. The bathroom exploded into information. The troll's magical composition, its muscular structure, the trajectory of the club, the stress fractures in the ceiling, the water pressure in the shattered pipes, and most importantly, the exact amount of force needed to stop the club's descent. Harry raised his right hand, 2 fingers extended, casual as a greeting. Infinity snapped into place. The troll's club came down like a thunderbolt and stopped dead. Not slowly, not with a groan of effort, it simply ceased to move, the massive wooden weapon hanging in midair 3 feet above Hermione's head, vibrating with arrested force. The troll's arms jerked, its tiny brain struggling to process why the club wouldn't go down. It pulled. It pushed. The club didn't budge. Infinity held it in a web of recursively divided space, each fraction of an inch subdivided into an infinite regression that the club could approach but never cross. Harry held the technique with one hand and turned to Ron with the other. "Get Hermione. Move!" Ron moved. He scrambled through the wreckage, grabbed Hermione's arm, and hauled her toward the door. She was shaking, crying, but her legs worked, and Ron half-carried her out of the troll's range with a strength that came from pure adrenaline and the desperate refusal to let someone he'd hurt come to more harm. The troll finally released the club. It crashed to the ground where Hermione had been seconds earlier, and turned its attention to the small figure standing in the center of the bathroom with glowing blue eyes and a perfectly calm expression. It swung a fist. Massive, stone-heavy, faster than something that size had any right to move. The fist stopped, 3 inches from Harry's face, exactly where Dudley's had stopped 3 years ago, against the invisible wall that Harry hadn't understood then, but understood perfectly now. The troll's knuckles pressed against infinity and went nowhere, and the creature howled in confused rage. Harry looked up at the troll. 12 feet of muscle and fury and blunt force hostility, and Harry Potter, all 4 feet 9 of him, looked up at it with the serene, faintly amused expression of someone who had stood before things that would make this troll faint, and he said, in a voice that was too deep and too calm and carried the echo of a rooftop in Tokyo, "You're not even close." He snapped his fingers. The air between Harry and the troll compressed. Not much. Harry didn't have the control for much, not yet, but enough. A shockwave rippled outward from his hand, a crude, brute force application of spatial manipulation that hit the troll in the chest like a battering ram. The creature flew backward. Not gently, it rocketed across the bathroom, hit the far wall hard enough to crack the stone, and crumpled to the floor in a heap of gray limbs and ugly confusion. Not dead. Harry had calibrated it precisely. But thoroughly unconscious, with a concussion that would keep it down for hours. Harry's eyes flickered. The blue guttered died and the green returned. His knees buckled. His nose was bleeding again, badly this time, and his head felt like someone had driven a railroad spike through his left temple. The room of requirement sessions had built his endurance, but sustained Infinity Plus, a spatial shockwave, was still far beyond what his body could handle without consequences. He leaned against a broken sink and breathed, and the bathroom settled into a silence broken only by dripping water and the troll's unconscious snoring. Ron and Hermione were in the doorway. Ron's mouth was open so wide that Harry could see his molars. Hermione had stopped crying and was staring at Harry with an expression that combined awe, fear, confusion, and the furious intellectual hunger of someone who just witnessed something that didn't fit into any book she'd ever read. "Harry," Ron said, in a voice that had aged about 10 years in the last 30 seconds. "What the bloody hell was that?" Harry wiped the blood from his nose and grinned. It was a shaky grin, exhausted and a little wild, but it was real. "I'll explain later. Promise." "You'd better," Hermione whispered. Footsteps thundered in the corridor. McGonagall burst through the door, followed by Snape and Quirrell. McGonagall took in the scene, the unconscious troll, the destroyed bathroom, the 3 first-years standing in the wreckage, and her face cycled through about 7 emotions in 2 seconds before settling on a fury so cold it could have frozen the lake. "What on earth were you thinking?" she demanded. "You could have been killed." Harry looked at her. Snape was staring at the troll with an expression that suggested he was trying to calculate how an 11-year-old had launched a 12-foot mountain troll across a room. Quirrell was doing his terrified act. The stuttering, the trembling, but his eyes, when they found Harry, were steady and dark and calculating. And behind the turban, something pulsed. Harry felt it through his scar, a cold, reptilian attention, focused and hungry. Voldemort, or whatever was left of him, had felt the shockwave, had felt the power behind it, and was, for the first time, paying attention. "We went looking for Hermione," Harry said, turning back to McGonagall. "She didn't know about the troll. We thought we could warn her before the teachers found it." "And the troll?" McGonagall pressed. "How did 3 first-year students?" "It slipped on the water," Harry said blandly. "From the broken pipes, hit its head on the wall, very clumsy creatures, trolls." The lie was absurd. The wall was cracked. The troll was 30 feet from where the water was. Snape's expression made it very clear that he considered this explanation an insult to his intelligence, and Harry respected him for it. But McGonagall, after a long, searching look at the 3 of them, let it go. Maybe because the alternative, believing that a first-year had done this, was too unsettling to process on a Tuesday night. Maybe because Dumbledore had signaled her, somehow, through whatever system of communication the headmaster maintained with his staff. Maybe because she looked at Harry's bloody nose and exhausted eyes and saw his mother's son and couldn't quite bring herself to push harder. 5 points will be awarded to each of you, she said stiffly, for sheer dumb luck, and I expect not to find any of you wandering the corridors during emergencies again. She left. Snape lingered for one more moment, his dark eyes boring into Harry's with an intensity that had nothing to do with old grudges and everything to do with new questions. Then he swept out, robes billowing, and Harry was left in a ruined bathroom with his 2 best friends and an unconscious troll. Because that's what they were now, best friends. Harry could feel it. The bond crystallized in the moment Ron had grabbed Hermione's arm, in the shared danger and the shared survival, and the unspoken understanding that some Chapter 2 Part A. Hollow purple November came to Hogwarts like a slow exhalation of cold, frosting the windows and turning the Black Lake into a sheet of hammered steel. The castle drew inward, fires blazing in every hearth, students huddling in common rooms with blankets and hot chocolate, and the corridors taking on the particular hush of a building bracing itself against winter. Harry barely noticed the cold. He had other things on his mind. The troll had changed things. Not just the friendship, though that had solidified into something unshakable overnight. The three of them orbiting each other now, with the easy gravitational pull of people who'd faced death together and come out the other side laughing nervously. No, what the troll had changed was Harry's understanding of his own limitations. He'd held infinity for roughly 12 seconds under combat conditions, and it had nearly put him on the floor. 12 seconds. In the dreams, in Satoru's memories, which were bleeding through more frequently now, whole scenes playing out behind his eyelids like films from a life he'd never lived, infinity had been passive. Always on. A background process running beneath consciousness, as automatic as breathing, as effortless as blinking. 12 seconds. Harry sat in the room of requirement at 2 a.m, legs crossed, eyes closed, blood drying on his upper lip, and thought about the gap between what he was and what he needed to be. The room had configured itself into a meditation space tonight, bare stone floor, a single candle, walls that absorbed sound so completely that Harry could hear his own heartbeat. He'd been cycling through exercises for 3 hours, activating infinity, holding it as long as possible, releasing, recovering, activating again. His record was 41 seconds. Pathetic by Satoru's standards, remarkable by anyone else's. The problem was architecture. Harry could feel it with the blue, the fundamental incompatibility between the cursed energy techniques of Satoru's world and the magical framework of this one. They weren't opposed, exactly. They were parallel. Two operating systems trying to run on the same hardware, occasionally cooperating and occasionally crashing the whole system. Infinity worked because it was a manipulation of space, and space was universal. It didn't care whether you pushed it with cursed energy or magic. But the efficiency was terrible. Harry was burning 10 times the energy Satoru would have used for the same effect, because his body was routing jujutsu techniques through magical pathways that hadn't been designed for them. He needed to build new pathways, or modify the existing ones, or both. Harry opened his eyes. The candle flame danced. He extended his right hand, palm up, and focused. Blue, not the color of his eyes, the technique. Cursed technique lapse, blue, the attraction. In Satoru's memories, it manifested as a concentrated point of impossible gravity. A sphere of compressed space that pulled everything toward its center with the force of a collapsing star. Harry had been chasing it for weeks, and the closest he'd come was a faint shimmer in the air above his palm that lasted 2 seconds before dissipating. Tonight, he tried something different. Instead of forcing cursed energy through his magical pathways, he braided them. Took the two streams, magic and cursed energy, the river and the tributary, and wove them together at the point of emission, letting each one fill the gaps in the other. Magic provided structure, the framework and intent that wizarding spells relied on. Cursed energy provided raw, unfiltered power, the kind of brute force reality manipulation that jujutsu sorcery excelled at. The air above his palm darkened. Harry's breath caught. The shimmer was gone, replaced by something denser, a marble-sized point of absolute blackness that pulled at the air around it with a gentle, insistent hunger. Dust motes curved toward it. The candle flame leaned. Harry's hair lifted slightly, drawn toward the point of attraction, and his robes rippled in a non-existent breeze. Blue. Imperfect, miniature, lasting exactly 4 seconds before it collapsed with a soft pop that made his ears ring. But real. Harry stared at his empty palm and started laughing. The sound bounced off the silent walls and came back to him, and it was Satoru's laugh, free and bright and fearless, the laugh of a man who'd stood at the summit of power and found the view exhilarating. Harry let it happen. let himself be both people for a moment, the boy in the room and the man in the memory, united by the shared joy of pushing past a limit that had seemed immovable 5 minutes ago. "One down," Harry murmured, flexing his fingers. "2 to go." Red would come next. Then purple. But not tonight. His nose was bleeding again, his head was pounding, and the magical depletion was making his hands shake. He'd learned, painfully, through trial and error, that pushing past his limits in training was productive up to a point and catastrophic beyond it. Satoru had never needed to worry about this. Satoru had been born with the 6 eyes, and the limitless technique fully integrated into a body designed to channel them. Harry was retrofitting the same techniques into a vessel that was still growing, still changing, still figuring out how to accommodate 2 lifetimes of power in one 11-year-old frame. Patience. He needed patience, which was irritating, because the part of him that was Satoru had never been particularly good at patience, and the part of him that was Harry had spent 10 years being patient and was thoroughly sick of it. He cleaned the blood from his face, thanked the room, it pulsed warmly in response, like a dog being scratched behind the ears, and slipped back through the corridors toward Gryffindor Tower. The castle smoothed his path as always, staircases holding still, portraits turning their faces to the wall so their snoring wouldn't alert Filch. A draft extinguishing a torch ahead of him, so the corridor went dark just as Mrs. Norris rounded the far corner. Harry pressed himself against the wall and watched the cat's yellow eyes sweep the darkness. Mrs. Norris was, in Harry's professional assessment, the most effective surveillance system in Hogwarts. Filch was a nuisance, his cat was a genuine threat. Harry held his breath, not out of necessity. Infinity, even flickering, would prevent his scent from reaching the cat, but out of respect for a worthy adversary. Mrs. Norris moved on. Harry exhaled and continued to the common room, where the fat lady grumbled about the hour but swung open at the password. He climbed the stairs to the first-year boys' dormitory and slipped into bed without making a sound. Ron was snoring. Neville was mumbling something about plants. Seamus had set his pillow on fire again, the scorch marks were fresh. Harry lay in the dark and stared at the canopy of his 4-poster bed and thought about Quirrel. He'd been thinking about Quirrel a lot lately. Not because the man was a good teacher, he was, in fact, spectacularly bad, a stammering wreck who couldn't get through a lesson without flinching at his own shadow. But the performance was too consistent, too carefully calibrated, too exactly what you'd expect from a nervous, incompetent wizard, and Harry had learned to distrust anything that was exactly what you'd expect. The turban was the key. Harry's senses recoiled from it every time he got close, his scar prickling with a cold, oily pressure that tasted like death and dark magic and something else, something parasitic, something that fed on its host the way a vine feeds on a tree. There was a consciousness in that turban. A separate, distinct intelligence riding Quirrel's body like a passenger in a vehicle, and every time Harry's expanded perception brushed against it, the intelligence brushed back, and the contact left Harry feeling like he needed to scrub the inside of his skull. Voldemort? It had to be. The dark wizard who'd killed his parents, reduced to a shade, latched onto Quirrel like a lamprey. Dumbledore must know the headmaster's perception was acute enough to detect the magical anomaly, and the man's information network was legendary. Which meant Dumbledore was allowing it, permitting a fragment of Voldemort to operate inside his school, among his students, for reasons that Harry could guess at but didn't like. Bait. Dumbledore was using Quirrel as bait. For what? For the thing hidden on the 3rd floor, the corridor that had been declared off-limits on the first night, the corridor that Harry's senses told him contained something small and incredibly powerful, protected by layers of magical defenses that read like a curriculum vitae of the Hogwarts staff. A trap. Dumbledore had laid a trap for Voldemort using his own school as the killing ground and his own students as the scenery, and the sheer audacious arrogance of it made Harry want to laugh and scream in equal measure. He's playing chess with living pieces, Harry thought, and the thought carried the weight of Satoru's experience with institutional authority, the higher-ups of the jujutsu world, who'd sealed him away because his existence was inconvenient, who'd sacrificed his students, because the math worked out. Different world, same game, old men moving children around a board and calling it strategy. Harry turned onto his side and closed his eyes. He wouldn't play Dumbledore's game, but he wouldn't ignore it either. The piece on the third floor, whatever it was the focal point, and Voldemort was moving toward it, and when the collision came, Harry intended to be there. Not because Dumbledore wanted him to be, because Harry chose to be. There was a difference, and the difference was everything. Morning brought Quidditch. Harry had been recruited for the Gryffindor team within the first week of school after a flying lesson that had gone sideways in the most productive way possible. Neville had fallen off his broom because Neville's relationship with physical coordination was best described as hostile, and Draco had grabbed Neville's Remembrall and launched it into the air with the casual cruelty of a boy performing for an audience. Harry had gone after it, not because he was brave, not because he was angry. Because his body had reacted before his brain could intervene. The instincts of a past life seizing control and launching him into the sky with a fluid, explosive grace that had nothing to do with flying lessons and everything to do with a man who'd moved through three-dimensional space, the way most people moved through a hallway. Harry had caught the Remembrall in a 50-foot dive that had made McGonagall's face go white, and instead of punishing him, she dragged him to Oliver Wood's office and told the Gryffindor Quidditch captain that she'd found him a seeker. Wood had wept. Literally wept. The boy's emotional investment in Quidditch bordered on the clinical, and Harry had stood there watching a 17-year-old cry about a broomstick and thought, I'm going to like this school. Now, 6 weeks later, Harry was walking onto the Quidditch pitch for his first official match, Gryffindor versus Slytherin, with a Nimbus 2000 in his hand and the entire school watching from the stands. The morning was cold and bright, the sky a hard November blue that made the castle's turrets look like they'd been cut from paper. The stands were a riot of color, red and gold on one side, green and silver on the other, with the Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff sections split fairly evenly between the two. Lee Jordan's voice boomed across the pitch from the commentary box, bouncing off the goalposts with infectious enthusiasm. Harry stood with the Gryffindor team in the tunnel beneath the stands and listened to Oliver Wood deliver a pre-match speech that was roughly 60% tactical instruction and 40% existential crisis. The Weasley twins flanked him, George casually spinning his beater's bat and Fred doing something unspeakable to a piece of gum. "All right, Harry?" Fred asked. "Never better," Harry said and meant it. He felt sharp. The night training sessions had been doing something to his body beyond building his tolerance for cursed techniques. His reflexes were faster, his spatial awareness was superhuman, and his ability to process visual information at speed was approaching a level that the Six Eyes would have been proud of. He didn't need the blue for Quidditch. Regular Harry Potter, with his natural talent and his inherited instincts, was more than enough. Besides, using the limitless technique to win a school sporting match would be like bringing a cannon to a pillow fight. Effective, but missing the point entirely. They walked onto the pitch. The crowd roared. Madame Hooch stood at the center of the field with the crate of balls at her feet, her yellow Hawkeyes sweeping both teams with the cold authority of a woman who'd seen every kind of cheating twice. "I want a nice, clean game," she said, looking pointedly at the Slytherin team. "From all of you." Marcus Flint, the Slytherin captain, smiled the smile of a man who considered nice and clean to be personal insults. Harry took note of the Slytherin team, bigger, older, meaner, riding brooms that money had bought and skill hadn't earned. The exception was their seeker, Terrence Higgs, who was fast, technical, and watching Harry with the wary respect of someone who'd heard the rumors about the 50-foot dive. The whistle blew. 14 brooms shot into the air, and Harry climbed. He went high, higher than anyone else, higher than the goalposts, until the players below were bright-colored dots, and the snitch could be anywhere in his field of vision. The Six Eyes pulsed gently behind his irises, not the full blaze but a soft enhancement, sharpening his visual acuity to a point where he could count the stitches on the quaffle from 200 feet. The game unfolded beneath him like a war. Gryffindor's chasers, Angelina Johnson, Katie Bell, and Alicia Spinnet were fluid, coordinated, moving through the Slytherin defense with a dancer's grace. Slytherin responded with the kind of physical brutality that Madame Hooch either couldn't see or chose not to. Flint shouldered Angelina hard enough to knock her off course, and Fred Weasley responded by sending a bludger at Flint's head with surgical precision. Harry watched it all, filing away patterns. The Slytherin chasers favored the left side. Their keeper had a weak spot high and to the right. Higgs was circling at mid-altitude, his head on a constant swivel, searching for the snitch the conventional way. Harry wasn't searching. He was waiting. The 6 eyes didn't need to search. When the snitch entered his enhanced visual range, he'd see it the way he saw everything. Instantly, completely, with total spatial awareness. Until then, he floated above the game and felt the wind on his face and the broom humming beneath him. And for one bright, clean moment, he was just a boy playing a sport, and the weight of 2 lives lifted from his shoulders. The snitch appeared 7 minutes in. A flash of gold, barely a glint, hovering near the base of the Slytherin goalposts, 60 feet below and 200 feet south. Harry's enhanced eyes locked onto it with predatory focus, and his body moved before his conscious mind finished processing the visual data. He threw himself forward on the nimbus, flattening against the handle, and dove. The dive was a thing of beauty. Harry dropped like a falcon, the wind screaming in his ears, the world narrowing to a tunnel of speed and light with the snitch at its center. Higgs saw him move and gave chase, but Higgs was chasing gravity while Harry was riding it, and the gap between them widened with every heartbeat. Then the broom jerked. Harry felt it, a sudden, violent lurch, like an invisible hand grabbing the tail of his nimbus and yanking. His trajectory skewed, his speed dropped, and the broom began to buck beneath him with the frenzied energy of something being attacked. Harry's hands tightened on the handle, his thighs clamped the shaft, and his senses expanded in a burst of blue as he tried to understand what was happening. Jinx! Someone was jinxing his broom. Harry could see the curse, a thread of dark intent, gossamer thin, connecting his broom to a point in the staff stands. He followed the thread with his enhanced perception, tracing it through the crowd, and found 2 endpoints. Snape. Sitting in the staff section, his dark eyes fixed on Harry, his lips moving in a constant, unbroken mutter. The thread of magic connected to him like a lifeline, and behind Snape, half hidden by the crowd, Quirrel, also staring, also muttering. But Quirrel's thread was darker, oilier, and it pulsed with the parasitic signature that Harry had learned to associate with the thing living in his turban. 2 spells, not 1. Snape was casting a counter-jinx. Harry could see it now, the protective intent woven into Snape's magic, the desperate, focused effort of a man trying to keep a broom in the air. And Quirrel was casting the jinx itself, hidden behind Snape's visible effort, using the potion's master as a smokescreen. Clever. Voldemort was clever. Harry filed that away. The broom bucked again, harder, and Harry felt his grip slip. He was 60 feet in the air, with a cursed broom trying to throw him and 2 wizards engaged in a magical tug-of-war over his survival, and the sensible response was probably fear. Harry felt annoyance. He was annoyed the way Satoru would have been annoyed, not at the danger, but at the interruption. He'd been having a good time. The dive had been beautiful, and this parasitic, turban-wearing fraud had ruined it. Harry closed his eyes on the bucking broom, 60 feet above a Quidditch pitch, surrounded by a screaming crowd, and made a decision. Infinity snapped on. The jinx hit the barrier and shattered. Harry felt it break, Quirrel's curse slamming into the infinite regression of divided space and fragmenting into nothing, the dark magic dispersing like smoke in a hurricane. The broom stabilized instantly. Snape's counterjinx, no longer needed, faded. And Harry, sitting calmly on a now cooperative Nimbus 2000 with his eyes glowing the faintest blue, looked directly at Quirrel across 200 feet of open air and smiled. Not a friendly smile, not a child's smile, the smile of a man who had looked gods in the eye and found them wanting. The smile that Gojo Satoru had worn into every battle, lazy, confident, and absolutely, fundamentally certain that nothing in this world or any other could touch him. Quirrel flinched. Actually, physically flinched, as though Harry's smile had struck him like a blow. And behind the turban, the parasitic consciousness recoiled with something Harry had never felt from it before. Fear. Harry held the moment for one more heartbeat. Then he released infinity, let the blue fade, wheeled the nimbus around, and dove for the snitch. He caught it 12 seconds later, plucked it from the air 3 feet above the ground, his fingers closing around the struggling golden ball with the casual precision of someone picking an apple from a tree. The crowd exploded. Lee Jordan's commentary devolved into incoherent screaming. The Gryffindor section became a wall of red and gold and noise. Harry landed, held up the snitch, and grinned at his teammates as they mobbed him. The Weasley twins hoisted him onto their shoulders. Somewhere in the stands, Ron was screaming himself hoarse, and Hermione was jumping up and down with tears streaming down her face, which was especially notable because Hermione Granger did not jump. Harry let himself enjoy it. The noise, the joy, the uncomplicated triumph of winning a game. But even as he smiled, even as he high-fived Oliver Wood, who was crying again, and accepted backslaps from teammates he was learning to love, his mind was working. Quirrell had tried to kill him. In public, during a school event, in front of 300 witnesses and the entire Hogwarts staff. That wasn't just bold, it was desperate. Whatever Voldemort wanted from the 3rd floor, he was running out of patience. The game was accelerating. Harry needed to accelerate with it. He found Hermione and Ron in the courtyard after the match, still buzzing with adrenaline and the particular giddiness that comes from watching your friend not die. "That was incredible," Ron said for approximately the 15th time. "The dive, Harry, you just dropped like a peregrine falcon," Hermione supplied. "They can reach speeds of over 200 miles per hour in a hunting dive. The physics of your descent were actually quite..." "Hermione?" "Sorry, it was brilliant. You were brilliant." "Something happened up there," Harry said, and both of them went quiet because they'd learned to recognize the shift in Harry's voice, the subtle drop in register, the sharpening of focus that meant the conversation had moved from social to serious. "My broom was jinxed." Ron's face darkened. "Jinxed by who?" "Quirrell." "Quirrell?" Ron's nose wrinkled. "The stammering bloke, he can barely hold his wand right side up." "That's the performance. The reality is different." Harry sat on the courtyard wall and stretched his legs out, crossing them at the ankle. It was a Satoru pose, casual, open, the body language of someone who was never off guard because they never needed to be. "I've been watching him since September. The stutter isn't consistent, he drops it when he thinks nobody's listening. His turban radiates dark magic that I can feel from across the room, and during the match, I could see the jinx connecting my broom to his position in the stands." "You could see it?" Hermione leaned forward, her eyes sharpening with that fierce intellectual hunger that Harry had come to associate with incoming interrogation. "Harry, that's how. Jinxes aren't visible, not even to trained aurors. The detection of active spellwork requires specialized equipment, or I can see things other people can't," Harry said simply. "I've told you that. You've implied it. You haven't explained it." Harry looked at her. Hermione Granger was, by any metric, the most intelligent person in their year and possibly in the school. She'd been watching Harry with increasing intensity since the troll, cataloging his anomalies with the systematic thoroughness of a researcher building a case file. She knew about the blue eyes, he'd caught her staring more than once, and she'd caught him catching her, and the mutual acknowledgement of what she'd seen hung between them like an unexploded bomb. She deserved something. Not everything, Harry wasn't ready for everything, wasn't sure he'd ever be ready to explain that he was the reincarnation of a man from another world who could fold space like paper. But something. "What I'm about to tell you doesn't leave the 3 of us," Harry said. Ron nodded immediately, the loyalty so automatic it barely registered as a decision. Hermione hesitated, her commitment to honesty warring with her commitment to Harry, and then nodded too. "I can perceive magic directly," Harry said. "Not through spells or artifacts, through my eyes. When I focus, really focus, I can see magical energy the way you see light. Wards, enchantments, curses, jinxes, the magical core of every person in this school. I can see it all." Silence. A cold wind swept the courtyard, carrying the first few flakes of what would become the season's first real snowfall. Ron's jaw worked, processing. Hermione had gone very still, her mind clearly running at full speed behind her wide brown eyes. "That's not a known magical ability," Hermione said carefully. "I've read about magical sight. It's referenced in exceptional magical phenomena and rare abilities of the wizarding world, but the descriptions are nothing like what you're talking about. Magical sight is vague, impressionistic, more feeling than seeing. What you're describing is something else entirely." "Yes. Is it related to the thing you did with the troll?" Harry considered his words. "It's part of the same package." "What package?" "The me package, Hermione. The comprehensive Harry Potter experience, now with enhanced visual perception and the ability to stop large objects in midair." Ron snorted. Hermione did not snort because she was not finished. "The blue in your eyes," she said. When you really focus, your eyes change color. I've seen it. In the bathroom with the troll, they were completely blue. Not a shade of blue I've ever seen in nature. It was like looking at the sky," Harry said quietly. Hermione stopped. "It's like looking at the sky on the clearest day you've ever seen," Harry continued. "That's what people tell me, or they used to anyway, in another life." The words were out before he could catch them, and the silence they left behind was different from the previous silences, heavier, charged, full of implications that Harry could see Hermione processing in real time, her brilliant mind seizing the phrase, "another life," and shaking it like a terrier with a rat. "Another life," she repeated. "Ignore that, Harry." "I said ignore it, Hermione. Please, I'll tell you everything eventually, I promise. But right now, the important thing is Quirrel. He's after whatever's hidden on the 3rd floor, the thing the three-headed dog is guarding." The subject change was clumsy, and Hermione's expression made it very clear that she was allowing it under protest and would be revisiting the "another life" comment at the earliest possible opportunity. But the mention of the 3rd-floor corridor and its three-headed resident was enough to redirect even Hermione's tenacity. "Fluffy," Ron said. Harry and Hermione both turned to stare at him. "The dog," Ron clarified. "Hagrid mentioned it. His name's Fluffy." "The three-headed dog that guards a secret chamber is named Fluffy," Harry said flatly. "Hagrid named him. You know what Hagrid's like with dangerous creatures." Harry did know. Hagrid's relationship with dangerous creatures was best described as enthusiastically suicidal, and Harry had spent enough time visiting the gamekeeper's hut to know that the man kept a dragon egg under his bed the way normal people kept slippers. But a three-headed dog named Fluffy was a new benchmark even for Hagrid. "Do we know what it's guarding?" Harry asked. "Something to do with Nicholas Flamel," Hermione said immediately. "Hagrid mentioned the name accidentally weeks ago and then panicked about it. I've been trying to find information, but Flamel isn't in any of the standard reference texts. He's mentioned in passing in a history of magic as a noted alchemist, but the details are the Philosopher's Stone," Harry said. Both of them stared at him. Harry leaned back against the courtyard wall and organized the information in his head. Fragments gleaned from his voracious reading, pieces assembled by the analytical engine that hummed constantly behind his eyes. Nicholas Flamel is the only known maker of the Philosopher's Stone. It's an alchemical creation that can transform any metal into pure gold and produce the elixir of life, which makes the drinker immortal. Flamel is over 600 years old. He and Dumbledore are friends. I saw the name on a chocolate frog card. And if you were a dark wizard reduced to a parasitic shade, desperately searching for a way to return to a physical body, the elixir of life would be exactly the kind of thing you'd be willing to kill for. Ron had gone pale. "You're saying, you know who is in this school, right now, going after something that could make him immortal?" "I'm saying a fragment of him is riding Quirrel like a cheap broom, and yes, the stone is the target." "We have to tell Dumbledore," Hermione said. "Dumbledore already knows." The words landed like a slap. Hermione's expression cycled from confusion to disbelief to the slow, sickening dawn of understanding. "He knows," she said slowly. "He knows Quirrel is, he knows you know who is. He moved the stone here from Gringotts in August. Set up the protections on the 3rd floor, each one designed by a different professor, forming a gauntlet that's specifically calibrated to test a very specific kind of intruder." And then he hired Quirrel, a man who spent a year traveling in Albania, which is where Voldemort's shade was rumored to be hiding. Harry paused. Either Dumbledore is spectacularly incompetent, which I don't believe for a second, or this is a trap. A trap for you-know-who, Ron said, following the logic with more speed than people gave him credit for. Using the stone as bait. Using the stone, the school, and everyone in it as pieces on a board, including us. The courtyard was quiet except for the wind. Snow was falling properly now, fat white flakes drifting down from a sky the color of old pewter. Hermione's face had gone through several more expressions and settled on something cold and fierce that Harry recognized as the look she wore when a system she'd trusted revealed itself to be broken. That's unconscionable, she said. There are children in this school. First years. If something went wrong with the protections, Dumbledore is betting nothing will go wrong. He's betting he can control the situation. He's been controlling situations for so long that it probably doesn't occur to him that he might be wrong. Harry's voice was even, measured, carrying the analytical detachment that Satoru had brought to every strategic assessment. But underneath it, something was burning. A quiet, implacable fury that belonged to a man who'd watched institutions sacrifice children for the greater good, and had sworn, on a rooftop in Tokyo, that he would tear the whole system down before he let it happen again. So what do we do? Ron asked. Harry looked at his two best friends, Ron, loyal and brave and terrified, ready to follow Harry into a burning building because that's what friends did. Hermione, brilliant and furious and already restructuring her worldview to accommodate the revelation that the authority figures she'd trusted were playing a game she hadn't consented to. He was going to keep them safe. Both of them, whatever it cost. We watch, Harry said. We prepare. And when Quirrel makes his move, because he will, sooner or later, we'll be ready. Ready to do what? Hermione pressed. Harry smiled. It was the sharp one, the one that showed teeth, the one that Ron had once described as honestly kind of terrifying, mate. The smile of a man who'd spent a lifetime being the strongest person in every room and had never once apologized for it. Ready to remind Voldemort why he should have stayed dead. December brought exams, and exams brought Hermione's particular brand of organized panic, and Hermione's panic brought a study schedule so detailed it could have been used to coordinate a military invasion. Harry submitted to it with good grace, partly because he genuinely enjoyed watching Hermione in full operational mode, her quill moving at inhuman speed across color-coded revision charts, and partly because the material was easy enough that he could study on autopilot while devoting his actual attention to more pressing concerns. The dreams were getting stronger. Not just flashes now, full sequences, complete with dialogue and emotion and sensory detail, so vivid that Harry sometimes woke up tasting blood that wasn't his. Satoru's memories were surfacing in chronological order, as though some internal archive had decided it was time for a comprehensive briefing, and the life they revealed was simultaneously exhilarating and devastating. He dreamed of the 6 eyes awakening. A child, barely 6, seeing the world crack open into information and screaming because the beauty of it was too much and the isolation of it was immediate and total. No one else could see what he saw. No one else could understand. The strongest sorcerer in history and the loneliest child in Japan were the same person. He dreamed of Suguru Gito. This one came back again and again, a recurring motif that Harry's sleeping mind couldn't let go of. A boy with dark hair and a calm smile who was the only person in the world who could keep up with Satoru, who understood the weight of being the strongest because he carried a version of it himself. They'd been friends. More than friends. They'd been the only 2 people on the planet who could look at each other without looking up or down. Equals. And then Harry woke from that dream gasping, tears on his face, the phantom taste of betrayal and grief so thick in his throat he thought he'd choke on it. Suguru had turned, had become something terrible. And Satoru had been forced to, he couldn't finish the thought. Not yet. The memory was there, waiting in the archive, but Harry's mind shied away from it the way a hand shies from a flame. Some things you had to be ready for, and he wasn't. Not yet. He dreamed of students. Yuji Itadori, bright, brave, impossibly kind. A boy who chose to fight even when the world gave him every reason to stop. Megumi Fushiguro, serious, talented, carrying the weight of his lineage like a stone around his neck, so full of potential that Satoru had looked at him and seen the future. Nobara Kujisaki, fierce, funny, unapologetically herself, swinging a hammer through curses with a grin that could light up Tokyo. Harry loved them. Not in the abstract way you love characters in a story. He loved them with the full, overwhelming force of a teacher who'd poured himself into his students' survival and growth, who'd fought and bled and ultimately been sealed away from the world to protect them, and who'd never stopped believing they could change everything even when the system tried to crush them. He woke from those dreams with a hollow ache in his chest and the terrible knowledge that they were gone. Not dead, at least, he didn't think so. But gone from him, separated by death and rebirth and the incomprehensible distance between worlds. He would never see them again. Never stand in a classroom and watch Yuji figure out a technique. Never watch Megumi's shadows deepen with power. Never hear Nobara's laugh echo off the training ground walls. Gone. Harry lay in bed after those dreams and breathed through the grief, and the breathing techniques were Satoru's old habits from a body that no longer existed, and they worked anyway, because grief was grief regardless of which life you'd earned it in. And gradually, as the weeks passed and the dreams continued and the grief became familiar enough to carry, Harry began to understand something important. He wasn't Satoru. Not anymore. Satoru was gone, dead, past, moved on to whatever came after. What Harry carried was his legacy. The memories, the techniques, the philosophy, the fierce and unshakable conviction that the young should be protected and the powerful should be held accountable. Harry was the inheritor, not the original. He could honor Satoru's life without trying to replicate it. He could use Satoru's gifts without being defined by them. He could be both, Harry and the echo of Satoru, without losing himself in either. It was, he reflected, a profoundly healthy realization for an 11-year-old to have at 3 a.m. while lying in a magical castle surrounded by snoring children. Satoru would have been proud. Satoru would also have made fun of him for being so earnest about it, but that was Satoru for you. Harry smiled in the dark and let himself fall back to sleep, and this time, the dreams were gentle. The mirror found him 2 days before Christmas. Most of the school had emptied for the holidays. Ron had gone home to the burrow. Hermione had gone to her parents. Neville, Dean, Seamus, all gone. The Gryffindor common room was a cathedral of silence, the fire crackling to itself, and Harry had the dormitory to himself for the first time since September. He should have felt lonely. He didn't. Solitude was an old companion, and Harry had learned to distinguish between loneliness, the cupboard, the silence, the years of being treated like a stain on the Dursleys' pristine life, and solitude, the room of requirement at midnight, the quiet intensity of training, the space to be fully himself without performance or pretense. The former was a wound. The latter was a gift. He trained harder over the break. Without classes to attend and friends to reassure, he could push his limits without worrying about the nosebleeds or the exhaustion or the occasional involuntary burst of blue that he still couldn't fully control. Infinity was up to 2 minutes of sustained activation now, still nowhere near passive, still requiring conscious focus, but improving daily. Blue, the technique, was stable enough to manifest on command, though its power was roughly 1% of what Satoru's memories suggested it should be. Red remained elusive. The repulsion technique required a fundamentally different mindset than the attraction, a reversal of intent that Harry's brain kept stumbling over like a word he couldn't quite pronounce. On December 23rd, unable to sleep, Harry went wandering. The castle was different at night. Quieter, obviously, but also more itself, the daytime persona of cheerful educational institution falling away to reveal something older and wilder and more aware. The corridors shifted more freely when no one was watching. The portraits whispered to each other in languages that predated English. The suits of armor creaked and turned their heads, and the ghosts drifted through walls with the unhurried patience of beings for whom time had become scenery rather than structure. Harry walked without direction, letting the castle guide him. It did this sometimes, subtle nudges in the form of doors that opened unprompted or corridors that seemed longer or shorter than they should have been, the ancient intelligence gently steering him toward things it wanted him to find. Tonight, it steered him to a disused classroom on the 4th floor. The room was empty except for desks pushed against the walls and a single object standing in the center of the floor, draped in shadow, a mirror. Tall as the ceiling, framed in ornate gold, with an inscription carved across the top that Harry read with the automatic translation instinct of the 6 eyes. Eris stra eru oit ube kafru oit on wosi reversed. I show not your face but your heart's desire. Harry looked into the mirror and his breath stopped. They were there. Not his parents, though he caught a flicker of them at the edges, a red-haired woman and a dark-haired man, smiling with the luminous grief of people who died too young. But the center of the mirror, the heart of its image, the thing that Harry Potter wanted more than anything else in the world, Yuji, Megumi, and Nobara stood behind his reflection, alive and whole and grinning at him. Yuji had his arm slung around Mirror Harry's shoulder, his pink hair wild, his grin splitting his face wide open. Megumi stood to the right, arms crossed, the ghost of a smile pulling at his mouth despite his best efforts at stoicism. Nobara leaned against Megumi with her hammer resting on her shoulder, one eyebrow raised, her expression a challenge and an invitation and a promise all at once. And behind them, behind all of them, stood a figure in white. Tall, lean, blindfolded, with hair like snow and a smile that could break the world and rebuild it better. Satoru. Harry stared. The mirror stared back. His reflection, wearing the Hogwarts uniform but carrying a posture that was all Satoru, that lazy, confident, wide-shouldered stance that said I own every room I walk into, looked at him with eyes that shifted between green and blue like a tide between shores. The grief hit him like a physical force. Not the blunted, managed grief of the nightly dreams, raw grief, immediate and devastating, the full weight of loss that he'd been holding at arm's length for months crashing through his defenses like water through a dam. They were gone. His students, his friends, his other self. Gone in a way that no amount of power could fix, separated from him by the one barrier that even the limitless couldn't breach, death. Harry's knees hit the cold stone floor, and he pressed his forehead against the mirror's surface, and he cried. He cried for Yuji, who deserved the world and got a curse instead. He cried for Megumi, whose potential had been a target painted on his back from the day he was born. He cried for Nobara, who'd never backed down from anything and shouldn't have had to. He cried for Satoru, for himself, for the man he used to be, who'd been sealed away in a prison of infinite void while his students fought and bled and grew up without him. He cried until the tears ran dry, and then he sat on the floor with his back against the mirror and his head tipped back against the glass, and he breathed. The classroom was silent. The mirror's image, when Harry glanced at it over his shoulder, was unchanged. Yuji's grin, Megumi's almost smile, Nobara's challenge, Satoru's serene, blindfolded face. They waited with the infinite patience of reflections, of memories, of love that persisted beyond the boundaries of life and world and self. I can't come back to you, Harry whispered in Japanese because these words belonged in the language they'd shared. I can't fix this, I can't cross that distance. The mirror didn't answer, mirrors didn't. But I can do what you taught me, Harry continued. I can protect the ones in front of me, I can build something worth protecting. I can be the strongest, not for power, not for glory, but so that no one I love ever has to fight alone again. He pressed his palm flat against the glass, and the mirror hummed beneath his hand. A low, resonant vibration, as though the magical artifact recognized the intensity of the desire it was reflecting and was responding in kind. I'll make you proud, Harry said. All of you, I promise. He stood, wiped his face, looked into the mirror one last time, and this time when he met Satoru's blindfolded gaze, he didn't flinch. The grief was still there, it would always be there, a permanent resident in the architecture of his soul. But it was no longer a flood, it was a foundation, something to build on rather than drown in. Harry turned and walked toward the door, and he did not look back. He was halfway down the corridor when he felt the presence, old, powerful, deliberately visible, like a lantern being held up in a dark room. Dumbledore was standing in the shadows of an adjacent hallway, wearing a plum-colored dressing gown and an expression of carefully arranged concern. "I see you found the Mirror of Erised, Harry," Dumbledore said gently. "A remarkable artifact. Many have wasted away before it, trapped by visions of what they desire most." Harry stopped, looked at the headmaster. Let the blue pulse once, briefly, reading the situation. Dumbledore had placed the mirror here deliberately, had known Harry would find it, had probably been monitoring Harry's nighttime wanderings since September, tracking the patterns, waiting for the right moment to engineer an encounter that would provide useful data about Harry's psychology and vulnerabilities. The man never stopped playing chess. "It shows your heart's desire," Harry said. "Not the future, not reality, just wanting." "Precisely." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. "May I ask what you saw?" Harry held his gaze. Behind the twinkle, behind the grandfather mask, behind the layers of performance and calculation and genuine compassion that made Albus Dumbledore such a fascinating and infuriating figure, Harry could feel the hunger for information. Dumbledore wanted to know what made Harry tick, wanted to know the pressure points, the levers, the emotional architecture that could be used to guide and shape and, if necessary, aim, because that's what Dumbledore did with weapons. He understood them. "People I lost," Harry said. "People I loved." Dumbledore's expression didn't change, but Harry saw the calculation behind his eyes stutter. The answer didn't fit the model. Harry was 11 years old. Who had he loved? Who had he lost? The parents he'd never known? Possible, but the grief Harry had displayed in front of the mirror was too specific, too personal, too adult for a boy mourning an abstract absence. "The mirror will be moved to a new home soon," Dumbledore said, recovering smoothly. "I would advise you not to seek it out again. It does not do to dwell on dreams and forget to live." "I don't dwell, Professor," Harry said. "I build." He walked past Dumbledore and down the corridor, and the headmaster watched him go with an expression that had lost its twinkle entirely and gained something colder and more honest. The look of a grandmaster who just realized his most important piece was moving on its own. Chapter 2, Part A End. Chapter 2, Part B, Hollow Purple. Christmas morning arrived with the soft hush of fresh snow and a pile of presents at the foot of Harry's bed that made him blink. He'd never received presents before. Not once, not in 11 years of life at Privet Drive, where Christmas was something that happened to Dudley while Harry watched from the periphery like a ghost, haunting its own funeral. The sight of wrapped packages with his name on them, his name, written in different hands, chosen by different people who had thought about him specifically, produced a sensation in his chest that he couldn't immediately categorize. It wasn't happiness, exactly. It was more fundamental than that. It was the feeling of being real. Harry sat cross-legged on his bed and opened them one by one, slowly, savoring each one the way you savor a meal after years of hunger. Hagrid had sent a roughly carved wooden flute. Harry held it to his lips and blew a note that sounded remarkably like an owl, and Hedwig hooted from her perch in what might have been approval or critique. Ron's mother, a woman Harry had never met, had sent a hand-knitted sweater in emerald green and a box of homemade fudge. Harry held the sweater for a long time, running his thumb over the stitches, feeling the love woven into every loop with a clarity that didn't require the 6 eyes. Molly Weasley had knitted a sweater for a boy she'd never met because her son had written home about him, and the simple, unconditional generosity of that act made Harry's throat tight. He pulled the sweater on. It was slightly too big and incredibly warm and the best thing he'd ever owned. Hermione had sent a book, Theories of Transubstantial Transfiguration, with a note that read, "I know you already understand this intuitively, but I thought you might like to see the formal framework. Happy Christmas, Harry. P.S. We will be discussing the Another Life comment when I get back. Consider yourself warned." Harry laughed. He could hear her voice in the words, that precise, no-nonsense, slightly bossy tone that concealed a warmth so fierce it could heat a room. He set the book aside and reached for the last package. It was wrapped differently from the others, plain brown paper, no card, no tag except a small note in thin, slanting handwriting. "Your father left this in my possession before he died. It is time it was returned to you. use it well. Harry unwrapped it, and a length of silvery fabric spilled across his lap like liquid moonlight. He held it up, and the material flowed between his fingers with an impossible weightlessness, catching the light and refracting it into patterns that his enhanced eyes immediately recognized as spatial distortion. Invisibility cloak. Harry draped it over his hand and watched his fingers disappear, not just visually, but from his magical perception as well. Whatever this thing was made of, it didn't just bend light, it bent detection. His senses, which could track a spider through 3 walls, slid off the cloaked hand like water off oiled silk. Remarkable. The craftsmanship was beyond anything he'd encountered at Hogwarts, beyond anything in the textbooks, beyond anything in Satoru's memories of a completely different magical tradition. This was old, fathomlessly old, and powerful in a way that whispered of myth rather than manufacture. Harry folded the cloak carefully and tucked it into his trunk. He knew who'd sent it. The handwriting had the meticulous flourish of an academic, and the phrasing, "use it well," carried the particular paternalistic weight of a man who gave gifts that were also assignments. Dumbledore wanted him to have the cloak, which meant Dumbledore wanted him to go somewhere unseen. The mirror, the 3rd floor. Both, probably. More chess moves, more gentle nudges, the invisible hand of the headmaster guiding his pieces toward positions they didn't know they were supposed to occupy. Harry stared at the trunk for a moment, then shook his head and smiled. The cloak was useful regardless of why it had been given. And Harry was done being angry about Dumbledore's manipulations. Anger was a luxury, and he had training to do. He spent Christmas Day in the room of requirement. Red came to him on December 27th. He'd been working on the technique for weeks, approaching it from every angle his combined knowledge could suggest. Blue was attraction, the convergence of space, the pulling together of matter toward a central point. Red was its opposite, repulsion, the violent expansion of space, the pushing apart of reality itself. In Satoru's memories, red manifested as a devastating shockwave of reversed cursed energy, a blast of pure spatial rejection that could level buildings and shatter barriers. The problem was the reversal. Blue required focus, convergence, the mental state of pulling inward. Red required the opposite, an expansion of intent, a pushing outward that felt counterintuitive to everything Harry's training had taught him. It was like trying to flex a muscle that bent backward. His brain knew what it wanted to do, but his body kept translating the command wrong. Harry stood in the center of the room of requirement, hands at his sides, breathing slowly. The room had configured itself as an open field today, flat, featureless, extending in every direction to walls that were far enough away that collateral damage wouldn't be a problem. Smart room. It had learned, after the incident with the exploding training dummy in week 3, to give Harry space. He closed his eyes, felt for the braided stream of magic and cursed energy that he'd been developing since November, the fused pathway that allowed jujutsu techniques to flow through a wizarding body without crashing the system. Found it. Took hold of it. Now, reverse it. The mental image that finally broke the barrier was, of all things, Petunia's face. Not the cruel Petunia, not the shrieking harridan who'd locked him in a cupboard and told him his parents were worthless drunks. The other Petunia, the one he'd glimpsed for half a second in the kitchen when he'd asked about his mother's Hogwarts letter. The grieving sister, the woman who'd pushed everything away, love, magic, wonder, the memory of Lily, because keeping it close was too painful. Repulsion born from pain, the act of pushing the world away because the alternative was being destroyed by it. Harry understood that. Satoru had understood it better. The man who'd been the strongest sorcerer alive and the most isolated person in Japan, who'd kept the world at arm's length with a smile and a blindfold, because letting anyone too close meant giving them the power to become another Suguru, another loss, another wound that the 6 eyes couldn't heal. Push it away, Harry thought. Everything. Push. Red ignited in his left palm like a star being born. The shockwave blew outward in a sphere of visible distortion, a ripple in the fabric of space that expanded from Harry's hand at the speed of thought. It hit the nearest training dummy, and the dummy didn't break. It ceased to exist in that location, hurled backward with such force that it embedded itself in the far wall 200 feet away, splintering into a shower of wood and enchanted straw. Harry staggered. The nosebleed was immediate and spectacular, blood sheeting down his chin, and his left hand felt like he'd plunged it into boiling water. But his eyes were blazing blue, and his face was split by a grin so wide it hurt, and the laugh that erupted from his chest was pure Satoru, triumphant, unhinged, the joyful howl of a man who lived for the moment when the impossible bent to his will. "There it is!" Harry shouted at the ceiling, blood on his teeth, his voice cracking between registers. "Oh, you beautiful, violent thing, there you are." The room hummed around him, the castle's ancient awareness responding to his exhilaration with a warmth that felt like applause. Harry laughed and bled and didn't care, because he had blue and he had red, and that meant purple. Not yet. God, not yet. The theoretical framework was clear, blue and red combined, attraction and repulsion fused into a single technique that existed at the intersection of convergence and divergence, a sphere of pure spatial annihilation that erased anything it touched from existence. Hollow purple. Satoru's masterwork, the most devastating attack in the arsenal of the most devastating sorcerer who ever lived. Harry wasn't ready. He might not be ready for years. The energy requirements alone would probably kill him at his current level, and even if they didn't, the control necessary to direct the technique without destroying everything in a quarter-mile radius was so far beyond his present capabilities that the gap was almost comical. But he had the pieces. Blue and red, the thesis and the antithesis. The synthesis would come. Harry was patient. Harry was stubborn. And Harry had a castle that loved him, a room that adapted to his needs, and the accumulated knowledge of 2 lifetimes pointing him toward a single, inevitable destination. He cleaned the blood from his face, healed the burst capillaries in his hand with a basic medical charm, Madame Pomfrey's textbook, borrowed from the library in October, memorized by November, and sat on the floor of the room of requirement to plan. The dreams, the training, Quirrel, the stone, Dumbledore's chess game, Voldemort's desperation. The pieces were moving toward a convergence that Harry could feel in his bones, a collision point somewhere in the near future where all the threads would meet and he'd have to be ready. He ran the numbers in his head. Infinity was at 2 minutes sustained, improving by roughly 10 seconds per week. Blue was combat-ready at reduced power. Red was barely controlled but functional. His physical conditioning was accelerating. The cursed energy reinforcement was rebuilding his body from the inside, adding speed and durability and reflexes that no 11-year-old should possess. And his magical education, while constrained by the Hogwarts curriculum, was advancing at a pace that his professors found alternately thrilling and alarming. McGonagall had pulled him aside after Transfiguration last week to tell him, with a mixture of pride and unease, that he was performing at a 5th-year level. Flitwick had said something similar about charms. Only potions lagged, not because Harry lacked the ability, but because Snape's hostility made every lesson a minefield of deliberate provocation that Harry had to navigate with the diplomatic skills of a hostage negotiator. Snape. That was another thread Harry needed to manage. The potions master had been watching him with increasing intensity since the flower language incident, and Harry could feel the man's perception, sharp, suspicious, trained by years of double agency, probing at the edges of Harry's performance. Snape knew something was off. He didn't know what, and the not knowing was clearly driving him to distraction. Harry would have to deal with Snape eventually, but not today. Today was for Red, and for the quiet, fierce satisfaction of progress. He stood, brushed off his robes, and left the room. The castle held every door open for him, and the torches brightened as he passed, and Harry walked through the sleeping corridors of Hogwarts with the blood drying on his face and the power humming in his veins, and the absolute, unshakable knowledge that he was becoming something this world had never seen. The others came back in January, and the school filled again with noise and life, and Harry settled back into the rhythm of term with the outward ease of someone who hadn't spent the holiday break revolutionizing his combat capabilities. Ron returned with tales of the burrow, chaotic, warm, filled with a love so unconditional it leaked from every sentence, and a sweater for Harry from Mrs. Weasley that was apparently an annual commitment now. Hermione returned with a stack of supplemental reading that would have required a structural engineer to move safely, and a look in her eye that told Harry the another life conversation was imminent and unavoidable. She cornered him in the library 3 days into term. Harry had been expecting it. Hermione operated on a predictable cycle: observe, research, hypothesize, confront. She'd been in the research phase since October, and the confrontation phase had been building pressure like a kettle since before Christmas. Harry had chosen the library as the battlefield deliberately. Hermione felt safe among books, and safety made her bold rather than aggressive. "Harry," she said, sliding into the chair across from him with the precision of someone who'd rehearsed an opening statement. "We need to talk." "We do. About the troll, about the broom, about your eyes, about the things you can do and the things you know, and the fact that you are, with all due respect, the least normal person I have ever met. And I once met a man at a science fair who'd built a functional hovercraft from vacuum cleaners." Harry closed his book and gave her his full attention. "I've been thinking about this for months," Hermione continued, her voice dropping to the barely audible register that library conversations required. "I've read everything I can find about unusual magical abilities, metamorph magi, seers, parcel myths, natural legilimens, magical savants. None of them fit. What you can do doesn't map onto any known magical framework. The spatial manipulation alone, stopping the Trolls Club, the shockwave, that's not charms or transfiguration or any recognized branch of magic. It's something else. Something that doesn't belong here." "Go on," Harry said. Hermione's jaw tightened. She was scared, Harry could see it, not with the blue but with the simple emotional literacy of someone who'd spent 10 years reading people's faces for signs of incoming hostility. She was scared of the answer, scared of what it would mean, and pushing through the fear because Hermione Granger had never once in her life let fear stop her from finding the truth. "You said, 'another life,' on the courtyard wall after the Quidditch match. And in the library last month when we were studying the switching spell, you muttered something in Japanese. You do that sometimes, mutter in Japanese, you probably don't even realize. And once, in the common room, when Ron startled you awake from a nap, your eyes were blue for almost 10 seconds before they went green again, and you called him Yuji." Harry's stomach dropped. He hadn't known about that last one. "Ron didn't hear it," Hermione added quickly. "He was too busy apologizing for waking you, but I was across the room and I heard it clearly. Yuji, a Japanese name, and the look on your face when you said it, Harry, you looked like someone who'd lost everything." The library was quiet around them. A few older students sat at distant tables, lost in their own work. Madame Pince patrolled the distant stacks like a vulture guarding carrion. The afternoon light fell through high windows in slanting gold columns, catching dust motes that Harry's enhanced eyes tracked automatically. "Who is Yuji?" Hermione asked. Harry looked at her. This brilliant, fierce, impossibly brave 12-year-old girl who decided that understanding her friend was more important than being comfortable, who'd spent months building a case file on Harry's anomalies with the methodical patience of a detective and the emotional courage of someone who cared too much to look away. He couldn't tell her everything. The full truth, reincarnation, another world, another life lived at the peak of power in a reality governed by different rules, was too much. It would break her model of reality, and Hermione's model of reality was load-bearing. Without it, her confidence and competence would fracture in ways that could take years to repair. But he could tell her enough. He owed her that. "I'm going to tell you something," Harry said slowly, "and I need you to not interrupt until I'm finished. Can you do that?" "I can try. That's the most honest thing anyone's ever said to me." "Okay." He took a breath. "I have memories that aren't mine. They belong to someone who lived before me, in a different place, under different rules, in a world that had its own kind of magic. His name was Satoru Gojo, and he was the most powerful person in his world. When he died, something, his soul, his memories, his techniques, carried over. Into me. Hermione's face went through a journey. Harry watched it. The initial shock, the instinctive rejection, the scientific mind reasserting itself and demanding evidence. The evidence being weighed against everything she'd observed over the past 4 months. The scales tipping, the resistance crumbling, the new framework clicking into place with the painful precision of a dislocated joint being set. Reincarnation, she breathed. Something like it. That's the academic literature on magical reincarnation is practically non-existent. There are anecdotal accounts in Mysteries of the Soul by Bathilda Bagshot, but they're unverified and the theoretical framework. She stopped herself, closed her eyes, opened them. You're serious? Completely. The blue eyes, the spatial manipulation, the combat instincts, the Japanese, it's all from him, from this Satoru. His techniques, his memories, his abilities, they're waking up inside me, slowly but accelerating. And Yuji? Harry felt the name like a fist against his sternum. One of his students. Satoru was a teacher. He had 3 students he loved more than anything in the world. Yuji, Megumi, and Nobara. They're the people I saw in the mirror of Erised. Hermione's eyes went bright with sudden, fierce empathy. Oh, Harry. I'm fine. You are absolutely not fine, and we are absolutely going to discuss your emotional processing at a later date, but right now I need to understand the scope of what we're dealing with. The scientific mind was back, and Harry was grateful for it, because Hermione in research mode was Hermione at her most stable and least likely to cry. And if she cried, Harry was going to cry, and then they'd both be crying in the library and Madame Pince would have them executed. How powerful was he? Hermione asked. Satoru. Harry considered the question, considered the memories, the battles, the techniques, the casual, terrifying ease with which Satoru had dismantled threats that would have destroyed anyone else. Considered how to translate that into terms a wizarding world frame of reference could accommodate. Imagine Dumbledore, Harry said. Now imagine someone who makes Dumbledore look like a first year. Hermione went pale. The technique that stops things from touching me, infinity, he ran it passively. All the time. Nothing could reach him unless he allowed it. No curse, no weapon, no physical force. He could manipulate space at a fundamental level, compress it, expand it, erase it. And his eyes could see everything. Magical energy, atomic structure, the trajectory of every object in his visual range, calculated in real time. The 6 eyes, Hermione whispered, and Harry startled because she'd pulled the name from somewhere. His face, his tone, the pattern of his description, some intuitive leap that her pattern-matching mind had made without conscious effort. I didn't name them, Harry said, but yes. Hermione sat back in her chair and stared at nothing for almost 30 seconds. Harry let her process. He could see the gears turning, the implications branching outward like a decision tree, each branch spawning new questions that spawned new branches. She was rebuilding her understanding of Harry Potter from the ground up, and the construction was happening at a speed that would have impressed a team of architects. How much of his power do you have access to? She asked finally. Currently, maybe 5%. My body can't handle more, but it's growing. 5%, Hermione repeated. 5% of someone who makes Dumbledore look like a first year, and you used roughly 1% to throw a mountain troll through a stone wall. Approximately. Hermione let out a breath that was almost a laugh. Harry, you're going to be the most powerful wizard who's ever lived. I'm not a wizard, Hermione, not just a wizard, I'm something new, the intersection of 2 kinds of power that have never existed in the same body before. He paused. And I'm going to use it to protect the people I care about, starting with you and Ron. Her eyes were bright again, but the brightness was different now, not empathy but something fiercer, something that looked a lot like the expression Harry wore when his eyes went blue. Determination. Resolution. The look of a person who'd just been told the world was bigger and stranger and more dangerous than she'd imagined, and who decided in the space of a heartbeat that she was going to rise to meet it. You'll need help, Hermione said. Not with the power, I can't help with that, but with the strategy, the research, the magical theory. If you're fusing 2 different systems, you'll need someone who understands the wizarding side at a structural level. Someone who can help you build the bridges between what Satoru knew and what this world's magic can do. Harry looked at her. Hermione Granger, bushy hair, ink-stained fingers, textbook propped against the salt shaker at every meal, staring at him with an intensity that could cut glass and offering to help him rewrite the rules of magic. "Partners?" Harry said. "Partners," Hermione confirmed, then with a slight, dangerous smile. "But I am going to need full access to those memories. The academic implications alone, Hermione." "Right, priorities. Saving the world first, academic papers second. Third. Being alive is first. Saving the world is second." "Fine, but I'm writing the paper eventually." Harry grinned, wide, warm, real, and stuck out his hand across the library table. Hermione shook it, and her grip was firm. And in that moment, Harry felt the team expanding, felt the weight on his shoulders redistribute itself across a wider foundation, and felt, for the first time since the memories had started bleeding through, genuinely less alone. He told Ron that evening, in the dormitory, with Hermione sitting cross-legged on the end of Harry's bed, serving as translator and emotional support. Ron took it differently than Hermione. Where Hermione had processed through analysis, Ron processed through silence. He sat on his own bed, holding Scabbers absently in his lap, and listened to Harry's abbreviated version of the truth, the memories, the techniques, the other life, with an expression that went from confused to skeptical to overwhelmed to something Harry couldn't immediately read. When Harry finished, Ron was quiet for a long time. "So?" Ron said eventually. "You're telling me you're the reincarnation of the most powerful bloke in another universe. You've got special eyes that can see everything. You can stop things from touching you with your brain, and you threw that troll across the bathroom using space magic from another dimension." "That's a reasonably accurate summary, yes." "Right," Ron nodded slowly. "Cool, want to play chess?" Hermione made a sound of outraged disbelief. "That's your response?" "Ron, he just told you. I know what he told me." Ron's voice was calm, calmer than Harry had ever heard it. He looked at Harry, and his expression was the one Harry couldn't read, and now, seeing it full on, Harry recognized it. "Trust. You're my best mate," Ron said simply. "You were my best mate before you told me this, and you're my best mate after. I don't care if you're the reincarnation of Merlin himself or some bloke from another planet. You shared your chocolate frogs on the train, you went after Hermione when the troll came, and you talked to me like I matter. That's enough for me." Harry's throat closed. He opened his mouth and nothing came out, and Ron, awkward, insecure, deeply uncomfortable with emotional sincerity, seemed to realize what he'd done and immediately deflected. "Besides," Ron added, ears going red, "if you've got superpowered space eyes, that means you've been going easy on me in chess, which means you're an even worse player than I thought." Harry laughed. The sound came out wet and broken, and he didn't care. "I have never once used the 6 eyes to play chess. I lose to you completely legitimately." "That's honestly kind of sad, mate." "I know." They played chess. Harry lost spectacularly, as always, because Ron's strategic mind operated on a level that the 6 eyes couldn't replicate. Pattern recognition was useless against genuine creativity, and Ron played chess the way a poet wrote sonnets, with an intuitive, improvisational brilliance that couldn't be analyzed because it wasn't systematic. Harry loved losing to Ron. It was the most refreshing experience in his life, being genuinely outmatched at something by someone who had no idea how extraordinary he was. Hermione watched from Harry's bed, ostensibly reading but actually studying the two of them, with an expression that combined fondness with the clinical assessment of a researcher observing her subjects in their natural habitat. Harry caught her eye over the chessboard and winked, and she blushed and buried her face in her book, and Harry filed the moment away as evidence that Hermione Granger was, beneath the armor of intellect and competence, one of the most deeply feeling people he'd ever known. His team. His people. Not Yuji and Megumi and Nobara, never a replacement for them, never an attempt to fill that unfillable void. But something new. Something that belonged to this life, this world, this version of himself. Harry loved them with a ferocity that was entirely his own, and he would protect them with everything Satoru had given him. The Forbidden Forest happened in late April. Detention. Harry, Hermione, Neville, and Draco Malfoy, a combination so volatile that Filch's eyes had lit up with sadistic glee when he delivered them to Hagrid at the edge of the forest. They'd been caught out of bed after curfew, a consequence of a complicated chain of events involving Norbert the dragon, Hagrid's illegal Norwegian ridgeback, which Harry had seen coming from approximately 4 miles away, and a midnight handoff on the astronomy tower that had gone sideways when Draco followed them and McGonagall caught the lot. Harry had accepted the detention without protest. 50 points from Gryffindor had hurt. He'd felt the wave of hostility from his housemates like a physical weight, but the forest was where he'd wanted to go anyway. Something was happening in there. His extended senses had been picking up disturbances for weeks, a wrongness in the magical ecosystem, a corruption spreading through the forest like rot through wood, animals dying, trees withering, centaurs agitated, unicorns bleeding. Hagrid split them into groups. Harry ended up with Draco and Fang, Hagrid's enormous boarhound, following a trail of silver unicorn blood deeper into the forest. The blood gleamed on the ground like liquid moonlight, and Harry's enhanced senses tracked it with ease, but his attention wasn't on the trail. It was on the forest itself, which was screaming, not audibly, magically. The trees radiated distress, the magical field of the forest twisted and knotted around a source of contamination that Harry could feel pulling at his awareness like a black hole. Something was feeding. Something was consuming the life force of the most magically pure creatures in the forest, draining their blood for sustenance, and the act was so profoundly wrong that the forest's ancient magic was recoiling from it in something Harry could only describe as horror. Draco was scared. The boy walked close to Harry, closer than dignity should have allowed, his pale face nearly luminous in the dark, his eyes darting at every shadow. Fang was whimpering, pressing against Harry's legs with the full weight of his massive body. "This is insane," Draco hissed. "Sending students into the forest at night, my father will hear about this, I promise you." "Draco," Harry said without looking at him. "Be quiet." Something in his voice made Draco obey instantly, the way a prey animal obeys the instinct to freeze when a predator is near. Harry stopped walking. The trail of blood led into a clearing ahead, and in the clearing he could see it. The unicorn lay on its side, silver and broken, its legs folded beneath it at wrong angles. It was dead. Harry could feel the absence of its life force like a hole in the air. And crouching over its body, its hooded face buried in the unicorn's flank, drinking its blood with wet, desperate sounds that made Harry's skin crawl, was a figure in a dark cloak. Draco screamed and ran. Fang ran with him, 100 pounds of coward disguised as a dog. Harry didn't move. The figure raised its head. Silver blood dripped from its chin, and its eyes, visible in the hood's shadow as twin points of red light, found Harry and fixed on him with an intelligence that was far too human and far too hungry. Harry's scar ignited. The pain was enormous, a bolt of white-hot agony that drove through his skull like a railroad spike, and behind the pain, a presence. Voldemort's consciousness, reaching through the Horcrux connection, trying to bridge the gap between the shade in the forest and the fragment in Harry's scar. The connection opened. For one horrifying instant, Harry felt Voldemort's mind pressing against his, ancient, fragmented, desperate, a consciousness that had been shattered and scattered and was clawing its way back to wholeness with the single-minded fury of something that refused to die. And Voldemort felt Harry. The Dark Lord's shade recoiled. Harry felt it, the moment Voldemort's awareness touched whatever lived behind Harry's eyes, the thing that was both Harry Potter and the echo of the strongest sorcerer who ever lived. The parasitic consciousness slammed into infinity without knowing what it was hitting. A mental intrusion crashing against a barrier that existed at the foundational level of Harry's being, and the impact sent a shockwave of psychic feedback screaming back through the connection that made the hooded figure physically stagger. Harry's eyes were blazing blue. He stood in the clearing, 10 feet from the shade of the most feared dark wizard in history, and he did not run. "I know what you are," Harry said. His voice was calm, low, carrying a harmonic undertone that resonated in frequencies beyond normal hearing, the voice of the six eyes, the voice of infinity, the voice of a power that had no analog in this world or any other. I know what you want, and I know where you're going to try to get it. The shade stared at him. The red eyes burned in the darkness, and behind them, Voldemort's fragmented intelligence was processing, calculating, trying to understand the thing that had just deflected his psychic assault like a hand brushing away a fly. You should be afraid of me, Harry continued. Not because of the prophecy, not because of what happened when I was a baby, because of what I am now, and what I'm becoming. The shade hissed, a sound that was almost words, almost parseltongue, a noise that came from a throat that barely existed anymore. Then it rose from the unicorn's body and fled, gliding into the darkness between the trees with a speed that normal eyes couldn't have tracked. Harry's senses followed it until it left the forest's boundaries and merged with the magical signature of the castle. Quirrel. Going back to Quirrel. Going back to the host, to the plan, to the third-floor corridor and the stone that promised resurrection. Soon, Harry thought, you'll make your move soon, and I'll be there. Hoofbeats. A centaur emerged from the trees, pale-bodied, silver-haired, with eyes that reflected the starlight like pools of liquid mercury. He looked at Harry with an expression that was unlike any centaur Harry had seen depicted in textbooks, not aloof, not cryptic, but openly, nakedly awed. You are Harry Potter, the centaur said. The planets have spoken of you. What do they say? That you are a contradiction, a paradox written in the sky. Mars burns bright, war is coming. But the configuration around your star is unprecedented. 2 souls, 2 fates, 1 vessel. The centaur's eyes, ancient and deep, searched Harry's face. The stars do not know what you are, Harry Potter, and the stars know everything. Not everything, Harry said. Just the things they can see from far away. The centaur, his name was Firenze, Harry learned, carried him out of the forest on his back, and Harry sat astride the centaur and looked up at the sky and saw the stars as Firenze saw them. Not points of light, but nodes in a vast, interconnected web of destiny and probability, each one a calculation, each constellation a sentence in a story written in mathematics and myth. And in the center of that web, where the calculations converged and the probabilities collapsed into certainty, Harry saw himself, a point of impossible brightness, burning with a light that the stars hadn't predicted and couldn't explain. He smiled. It was Satoru's smile, but it was Harry's too. The stars don't know what I am. Good, I don't want to be predictable. The weeks after the forest were tense. Harry could feel the convergence approaching. The moment when Quirrell would make his move, when Dumbledore's trap would spring, when all the threads of the year's intrigue would knot together in whatever confrontation the headmaster had been engineering since September. The question wasn't if, but when. Exams came and went. Harry performed well, top marks in every subject except potions, where Snape's grading was so aggressively biased that Harry could have brewed liquid perfection, and received a T. Hermione outperformed him on the written exams, because Hermione's academic skills were beyond the reach of even the 6 eyes, and Harry found himself genuinely proud of her in a way that reminded him of watching Megumi master a new shadow technique. He trained every night. Infinity was up to 4 minutes sustained. Blue and red were reliable, if still far below their theoretical maximum. His physical capabilities continued to improve. He was faster, stronger, more durable than any first year and most of the upper years. The fusion of cursed energy and magic was stabilizing, the braided pathways he'd built becoming more natural, more integrated, less like 2 systems forced together and more like a single, unified whole. Purple still eluded him. He could feel it, the technique hovering at the edge of his capability like a word on the tip of his tongue, present but ungraspable. The theoretical framework was clear. Blue and red combined at the point of intersection, positive and negative fused into an annihilation event that erased matter from existence. But the execution required a level of simultaneous control, holding 2 opposing forces in perfect balance while directing them at a single target that his current development couldn't sustain. He tried anyway once. In the room of requirement, at 3 a.m, with every safety measure the room could provide. He held blue in his right hand, red in his left. brought them together, slowly, carefully, feeling the two forces strain against each other like magnets of opposing polarity. The room screamed. Not literally, but Harry felt the castle's awareness surge around him in something that was unmistakably alarm, and the room of requirements walls thickened by 3 feet in the space of a heartbeat, and the floor developed a containment ward so powerful that Harry's enhanced senses couldn't see through it. The room was afraid. Not of Harry, for him. For what would happen if the two forces he was holding intersected in an uncontrolled fusion in a space occupied by an 11-year-old body that hadn't finished growing? Harry separated his hands, blue and red dissipated. The room's alarm faded to a nervous hum. "Okay," Harry said. "Message received, not yet." The room pulsed with relief, and Harry laughed, and he went back to bed and dreamed of Tokyo and woke up with tears on his face. And that was life now, power and grief and laughter and progress and loss and love, all tangled together in a knot that he was slowly learning to carry. The trigger came on a Thursday in June. Harry was in the common room, ostensibly studying for end-of-term exams, actually monitoring the castle's magical field with the passive awareness that had become second nature. Ron was demolishing Seamus at chess. Hermione was reorganizing her revision notes for the 3rd time, a process that involved more color coding than strictly necessary. Harry felt Dumbledore leave. It was unmistakable. The headmaster's magical presence was the largest in the castle, a vast, warm, constantly active field of awareness that permeated Hogwarts the way sunlight permeated glass. When it vanished, suddenly, completely, as though someone had thrown a switch, the absence was like a thunderclap of silence. Harry's head snapped up. His eyes flickered blue for a fraction of a second, scanning the castle. Dumbledore was gone, not in the castle, not on the grounds. Gone, left Hogwarts entirely. And in the dungeons, a familiar oily signature was moving. Quirrel. Moving with purpose, with speed, with the desperate energy of someone who'd been waiting for exactly this moment. He was going for the stone. "Ron, Hermione." Harry's voice cut through the common room noise like a blade. Both of them looked up, saw his face, and were on their feet in seconds. "It's happening?" Ron asked. "Dumbledore's left the school. Quirrel's moving. It's tonight." Hermione's face went white, then set itself into something harder. "What do we do?" Harry looked at them, his team, his people, his responsibility. Every instinct from both his lives screamed at him to go alone, to keep them safe, to face whatever was down there by himself, because he was the strongest and the strongest didn't need help, and the people you loved couldn't die if they weren't there. But Satoru had gone alone. Satoru had always gone alone, had shouldered the weight of the world alone, had stood at the summit alone, and it had cost him everything. His students had grown up in his shadow, protected but not prepared, loved but not trusted with the full weight of his faith. And in the end, when the system had sealed him away, they'd had to fight without him, and the transition had been brutal because he'd never let them stand beside him as equals. Harry would not make that mistake. "We go together," he said, "all 3 of us, but you follow my lead, and if I tell you to run, you run, no arguments, no heroics, you run and you don't look back." "Harry," Hermione started. "Those are the terms, Hermione. Take them or stay here." She held his gaze for 3 heartbeats. Then she nodded. Ron nodded too, his jaw set, his fear visible but controlled. "Let's go," Harry said. They went. The castle was dark around them, the corridors empty, the usual nocturnal activity of ghosts and portraits, subdued as though the building itself could feel the tension building in its depths. Harry led them through the shadows with the sure-footed confidence of someone who could see in the dark and sense every living thing within 300 feet, bypassing Filch and Mrs. Norris, and the patrolling prefects with an ease that would have been comical if the stakes hadn't been so high. They reached the 3rd-floor corridor. The door was already open. Inside, Fluffy, 3 heads, 3 sets of massive jaws, a body the size of a small car, was asleep, a golden harp playing itself in the corner, its strings still vibrating with the residue of Quirrel's enchantment. "He's already been through," Harry said. He could feel Quirrel's trail, the oily magical signature leading downward through the trapdoor beneath Fluffy's paw, descending into the gauntlet of protections that guarded the stone. "We go down." Ron looked at Fluffy, looked at the trapdoor, looked at Harry. Swallowed hard. "Brilliant," Ron said, in a voice that conveyed the exact opposite. Absolutely brilliant. After you. They dropped through the trapdoor, and the darkness swallowed them, and Harry Potter, with blue coiled in his right hand and infinity shimmering at the edges of his awareness, and the ghost of a man in white walking beside him in the corridors of his memory, descended toward the confrontation that would define the rest of his life. The strongest was going to war. Chapter 2 End. Chapter 3 Part A. Throughout heaven and earth, I alone am the honored one. They landed on something soft. Harry's perception mapped the substance before his body finished processing the impact. A dense mass of intertwined plant matter, tendrils and vines coiled together into a living cushion that had absorbed their fall with deceptive gentleness. Devil's Snare. He recognized it from herbology, from Professor Sprout's cheerful lectures about plants that could kill you, delivered with the sunny disposition of a woman who genuinely believed that murderous flora was one of life's great pleasures. The plant was already moving. Thick tendrils wound around Ron's ankles, crept up Hermione's legs, tightened with the slow, deliberate pressure of a predator that had all the time in the world. Ron yelped and thrashed, which was exactly the wrong response. Devil's Snare fed on panic, tightening in proportion to the victim's struggle. "Stop moving," Harry said, his voice carrying the calm authority that made people listen before they thought about it. "Both of you, relax your bodies." "Relax," Ron's voice cracked upward. "Harry, it's trying to eat me. It's trying to restrain you. Eating comes later. Relax." Hermione, to her credit, went limp immediately. The tendrils around her loosened, confused by the lack of resistance, and she slipped through them like water through loose fingers. Ron required an additional 3 seconds of hyperventilation before his survival instincts overrode his panic and he forced his body slack. The plant released him, and he dropped through to the stone floor below, landing in a heap beside Hermione. Harry hadn't needed to relax. The tendrils had reached for him when he landed, brushing against the outer edge of his body, and had stopped. Not because he'd activated infinity, he was conserving that for what lay ahead. The Devil's Snare had simply chosen not to grip him. Harry felt the plant's rudimentary awareness recoil from him, the way Mrs. Norris recoiled, the way the centaurs had stared, the way every living thing with magical sensitivity responded to the impossible density of what he carried inside him. Even the plants knew he was wrong. Harry dropped through the loosened vines and landed lightly on his feet. The chamber below was damp, dark, and echoing with the distant sound of what might have been birds or might have been something else entirely. His senses expanded automatically, mapping the space. A long stone corridor leading to a lit doorway, and beyond it, a vast chamber filled with hundreds of small, bright objects moving through the air in darting, glittering patterns. "Everyone all right?" Harry asked. "Define all right," Ron muttered, brushing dirt from his robes. "I've just been groped by a houseplant." "That's herbology," Hermione said, with the ghost of a smile that surprised even her. "Next room." They moved forward. Harry took point, his senses extended like a net around them, tracking every magical signature in their environment. Quirrel's trail was clear, the oily residue of his passage clinging to the stone like a scent trail, leading them deeper. The man had come through here recently, maybe 20 minutes ahead, moving fast. The protections hadn't slowed him much. They entered the second chamber, and the glittering objects resolved into what they were: keys. Hundreds of them, winged and fluttering, swarming through the air of a cathedral-sized room like a flock of mechanical birds. At the far end, a heavy wooden door with an iron lock. Broomsticks leaned against the near wall, 3 of them, old but functional. Harry assessed the challenge in under 2 seconds. Find the right key, catch it, open the door. Simple in concept. The 6 eyes made it trivial. His enhanced perception swept the flock, processing each key's size, shape, and material composition in the time it took Ron to say "blimey." One key was different, larger, heavier, with a bent wing that suggested it had already been caught once. Silver, old-fashioned, matching the iron lock on the door. It was hiding near the ceiling, nestled in the middle of the swarm, relying on numbers for camouflage. Harry grabbed a broom, kicked off, and went up. The swarm parted around him, not because he forced them aside, but because the keys, like the Devil's Snare, seemed to sense something about him that discouraged proximity. He rose through the flock like a stone through water, reached the silver key, and plucked it from the air with the casual precision of someone picking fruit. He was back on the ground in under 15 seconds. Ron's mouth was open. "That was next room," Harry said, fitting the key into the lock. The door swung open. The room beyond was dark, and when they stepped inside, torches blazed to life along the walls to reveal something that made Ron Weasley go very still. A chessboard. Life-sized, the pieces towering over them, black on the near side, white on the far side, carved from what appeared to be enchanted stone and radiating a cold, patient menace. The white pieces stood ready, their blank faces turned toward the door, and between them and the exit on the far side of the board, 64 squares of black and white marble waited. "McGonagall's protection," Hermione murmured. Ron stepped forward. His eyes were moving across the board with a focus Harry had only seen during their evening chess games. That total, consuming absorption, the strategic mind locking onto a problem and beginning to dismantle it before the conscious brain had finished assessing the parameters. "We have to play," Ron said. His voice was different, no uncertainty, no self-deprecation, none of the nervous deflection that colored his usual speech. This was Ron in his element, and the transformation was striking. "We have to play our way across. Harry, you take the bishop's square on the left. Hermione, the castle position, right side." "And you?" Harry asked. Ron's jaw tightened. "I'm the knight." The game that followed was, in Harry's assessment, a masterclass in applied genius. Ron directed the pieces with a fluency that bordered on prescience, sacrificing pawns with surgical precision, building attacks that unfolded 3 and 4 moves ahead of the white side's responses, dismantling the enchanted opponent's strategy with the quiet, relentless efficiency of a siege engine. Harry watched from his position on the board and felt a swell of pride so intense it was almost painful. This was what Ron Weasley could do when the stakes were real, and the self-doubt was burned away by necessity. This was the person that the second-hand robes and the hand-me-down wand had been hiding. They were 3 moves from checkmate when Ron saw it. Harry saw it too. The 6 eyes mapped the remaining positions and calculated the outcomes in a fraction of a second, and the answer was ugly. Checkmate was available, but it required a sacrifice. The knight had to move to a square where the white queen could take it. The knight had to fall. Ron had to fall. "Ron," Harry said, "number. It's the only way." Ron's face was pale but set, his freckles standing out like constellations on white paper. "If I move anywhere else, she takes Hermione in 2 moves, and then it's stalemate. I have to go there. She'll take me, and you'll be free to checkmate the king. I can break the board." Harry's voice was low, controlled, but his eyes were flickering at the edges, blue pushing through green, the limitless stirring in response to the threat against someone he loved. "I can shatter every piece in this room." And set off whatever failsafe McGonagall built into the enchantment. "She's not stupid, Harry. The pieces are linked to the room's structural wards. I can see the connections. You break the game, the room breaks us." Ron looked at him, and his expression held something that Harry had never seen on his friend's face before, the calm, clear-eyed certainty of a person who had found the thing they were willing to sacrifice for. "It's chess, mate. Sometimes the knight has to fall." "Ron," Hermione's voice was strangled. "I'll be fine. It's just enchanted stone. Worst case, I get a nasty headache." Ron's grin was shaky but real. "Besides, Harry'll come back for me." "He always comes back." Harry looked at his best friend standing on a chessboard in the bowels of Hogwarts, 17 moves into a game played against a dead woman's enchantment, offering to take a hit from a stone queen because the math demanded it. Ron Weasley, who thought he was ordinary. Ron Weasley, who didn't know he was the bravest person Harry had ever met in either of his lives. "I'll come back for you," Harry said. "I promise," Ron nodded. Then he moved. The white queen turned. She crossed the board with a grinding inevitability that made Harry's stomach drop, raised her stone arm, and struck. The blow caught Ron across the temple with a sound like a mallet hitting clay, and Ron crumpled, sliding off his square and hitting the marble floor with a boneless finality that sent Hermione lunging toward him with a cry. Harry caught her arm. "He's alive." The 6 eyes confirmed it. Ron's heartbeat was steady, his breathing regular, the injury superficial despite its violence. Concussed, probably. Unconscious, definitely. But alive. "He's alive," Harry repeated, softer, and felt Hermione's trembling arm still beneath his grip. Hermione, I need you to stay with him. What? Stay with Ron. When he wakes up, get him to the hospital wing. Send Hedwig to Dumbledore. I don't know where he's gone, but Hedwig will find him. She always does. Harry, you can't go alone. I'm not going alone. Harry released her arm and stepped toward the far door. His eyes were fully blue now, the green overwhelmed, the 6 eyes blazing with a luminous intensity that cast shadows where shadows shouldn't exist. In the blue light, his scar stood out like a brand, and beneath the scar, something old and powerful and infinitely patient was waking up. I'm never alone. He said it without arrogance. It was simply true. He carried a second life inside him, a man who'd walked through the worst the world could offer with a smile and an unbreakable will, who'd died and come back as a boy with green eyes and a lightning scar, who'd left behind everything he knew and everyone he loved so that the cycle could continue, so that the strong could protect the weak, so that no one would have to stand alone. Harry walked through the door. Behind him, Hermione knelt beside Ron and pressed her hand to his forehead, and her tears fell on the marble like rain. The next chamber smelled like death. Harry entered and found the source immediately, a mountain troll, larger than the one he'd fought on Halloween, lying face down on the stone floor in a pool of its own blood. Quirrell had already dealt with it. The kill was efficient, a single, precise curse to the base of the skull, no wasted effort. Whatever Quirrell had been before Voldemort got to him, the man knew how to fight. Harry stepped over the body and moved on. The trail was getting warmer now, Quirrell's signature blazing in his senses like a beacon, less than 10 minutes ahead. The parasitic consciousness in the turban was more active too, its dark energy pulsing with anticipation, with hunger, with the feverish excitement of something that could smell its goal. The next room stopped Harry in his tracks, not because it was dangerous, because it was beautiful. 7 bottles stood on a table in the center of a small, stone chamber. As Harry crossed the threshold, purple fire sprang up behind him, blocking the exit. Black fire erupted ahead, blocking the way forward. On the table, a scroll of parchment lay beside the bottles, its text written in Snape's precise, angular hand. A logic puzzle. Harry read the scroll once, his eyes processing the information at 6 eyes speed, and had the answer before he finished the second line. 3rd bottle from the left, enough for 1 person. He uncorked it and drank, and the potion burned cold going down, like swallowing winter. The black flames parted for him, and Harry stepped through into the final chamber. Quirrell was there. The nervous stutter was gone. The scared act, the flinching, the trembling hands, all discarded like a costume after the final performance. The man who stood before the mirror of Arist was straight-backed, and still, his turban slightly askew, his eyes clear and cold and fixed on the mirror's surface with an intensity that bordered on madness. The mirror. Dumbledore had moved it here, the final protection, the last line of defense. Harry understood instantly. The stone was in the mirror, hidden inside the enchantment, accessible only to someone who wanted to find it but not use it. Dumbledore's most elegant trap, a prison made of desire. I was wondering when you'd arrive, Quirrell said, without turning around. His voice was different, smooth, cultured, carrying none of the theatrical weakness. The great Harry Potter, the boy who lived, come to play hero. I've never been much for heroics, Harry said, stepping into the chamber. His voice was steady, his pace unhurried. He could feel the room's dimensions in his bones, circular, 20 meters across, stone floor, stone walls, the mirror at the center like the eye of a hurricane. Quirrell stood between him and the glass, and behind Quirrell in the turban, the parasitic presence throbbed with malevolent awareness. Let me speak to him, said a voice, not Quirrell's voice. This came from everywhere and nowhere, a whisper that existed in the air and in Harry's scar simultaneously, cold and high, and carrying the particular resonance of a consciousness that had been fractured and scattered and refused, with every fragment of its broken will, to die. Quirrell's hands rose to his turban. He began to unwrap it, and Harry watched with the blue blazing in his eyes, cataloging every detail. The dark magic bleeding from the cloth like smoke, the way Quirrell's hands trembled, not from fear this time, but from the strain of hosting something that was consuming him from the inside out. The turban fell away, and Quirrell turned around. The face on the back of Quirrell's head was the worst thing Harry had ever seen. Not because it was monstrous, though it was. Chalk white, with slitted red eyes and nostrils like a snake's, pressed flat against Quirrell's skull like a mask made of living tissue. It was worst because it was human. Beneath the distortion, beneath the serpentine features and the red eyes and the parasitic horror of its existence, Harry could see the remnants of the man Tom Riddle had been, brilliant, charismatic, terrified of death, and willing to mutilate his own soul into pieces to avoid it. "Harry Potter," Voldemort said. The lipless mouth stretched into something that thought it was a smile. "We meet again." "We've never met," Harry said. "You killed my parents and I survived. That's not a meeting, that's a crime scene." Voldemort's red eyes narrowed. Harry felt the Dark Lord's awareness pressing against him, not a psychic attack, not yet, but a probing, a tasting, the predatory assessment of something that wanted to understand what it was dealing with before it struck. Harry let him look. Let Voldemort's fractured consciousness brush against the outer edges of what he was. And he felt the exact moment when Voldemort found the wall. Infinity existed at the boundary of Harry's being like a second skin. Not fully activated, Harry was holding it in reserve, maintaining it at the lowest possible level. A passive barrier that required minimal energy and provided a foundation he could expand in an instant if needed. But even at its lowest level, infinity was absolute. It existed at the mathematical level of reality itself, an infinite regression of divided space that no force, physical, magical, or spiritual, could cross without Harry's permission. Voldemort's probing mind hit the barrier and stopped. Harry watched the red eyes widen, a fractional movement, barely perceptible, controlled instantly, but it was there. Surprise, the first crack in Voldemort's performance. "Interesting," Voldemort breathed. "You are not what I expected. People keep saying that. The prophecy spoke of a child with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord. I assumed the power would be conventional, magical talent perhaps, some inherited gift from your mother's sacrifice. But this," the red eyes swept over Harry with a hunger that was part predatory and part academic. "This is something else entirely, something that doesn't belong in this world." Harry said nothing. His senses were mapping the room, calculating distances, assessing threats. Quirrell's body was the physical danger. The man was a competent wizard, and Voldemort's presence amplified his magical output significantly. But the real threat was the consciousness in the turban. Voldemort's shade, connected to Harry through the Horcrux in his scar, capable of psychic attacks that could bypass physical defenses if they found the right channel. Infinity could block the external assault. But the Horcrux was internal, a fragment of Voldemort's soul embedded in Harry's own body, inside the barrier, a Trojan horse that had been waiting for 11 years. "Give me the stone, Harry," Voldemort said. "Step in front of the mirror and find it for me. Do this and I will let you leave. I will even spare your little friends, the Weasley boy on the chessboard, the mudblood girl crying over him. Cooperate and they live." The threat landed exactly as Voldemort intended it to. Harry felt the cold spike of fear in his gut, the primal response to a threat against the people he loved. And Voldemort saw it. The red eyes gleamed with satisfaction, with the certainty of a master manipulator who'd found the lever he was looking for. "No," Harry said. The word was quiet, final, carrying no anger, no defiance, no dramatic declaration. Just a simple, absolute refusal that closed the door on Voldemort's offer with the gentle finality of a lock clicking shut. Voldemort's expression didn't change. "Then we do this the hard way. Quirrell, take him." Quirrell moved fast. Faster than a normal wizard, his movements amplified by Voldemort's power, his wand slashing through the air in a curse chain that would have overwhelmed most adult wizards. 3 spells in rapid succession, a stunner, a body bind, and something darker, something that screamed through the air with the hungry whine of a curse designed to cause pain. Harry didn't dodge. He didn't need to. Infinity expanded. The barrier that had been hovering at the boundary of his skin flared outward, and the 3 spells hit it and stopped, not dissipated, not deflected, simply frozen in the infinite space between Quirrell's magic and Harry's body. their energy bleeding away into the recursive mathematical prison that was the limitless technique. Quirrell stared. 3 spells, hanging in midair, going nowhere. "Let me explain something to you," Harry said, and his voice had changed. Dropped into the lower register, the calm one, the one that carried the weight of a man who'd faced down special-grade curses and disaster curses, and the worst that humanity could produce without ever losing his smile. "You cannot hit me, not with magic, not with your hands, not with anything in this room or anything you could summon from outside it. The space between us is infinite, not metaphorically, mathematically. Every curse you throw will subdivide the remaining distance, approaching me forever without arriving. You could cast for 1,000 years and never close the gap." He took a step forward. The frozen spells dissolved, their energy spent. "That's the barrier," Harry continued. "Now let me tell you about the eyes." The blue blazed brighter. Harry's perception expanded to its fullest extent, and the chamber cracked open in his awareness like an egg. Every molecule of air, every thread of magic, every quantum fluctuation in the fabric of reality laid bare in crystalline detail. He could see the dark magic sustaining Voldemort's connection to Quirrell, a web of parasitic threads burrowed into the man's nervous system like roots in soil. He could see the enchantment on the mirror, layer after layer of Dumbledore's most sophisticated spellwork, folded over the stone like origami. He could see the stone itself, a small, rough-edged ruby pulsing with an alchemical energy that tasted like eternity. And he could see the Horcrux. For the first time, Harry turned the 6 eyes inward and looked at the thing living in his scar. It was smaller than he'd expected, a fragment of a fragment, a sliver of soul so thin it was almost gossamer, embedded in his magical core like a splinter in flesh. It pulsed in sync with Voldemort's presence, a resonance between the fragment and the source, and through that resonance, Harry could feel the connection, a channel, a bridge, a vulnerability that Voldemort could exploit if he was clever enough and desperate enough. Harry filed the information and returned his attention to the immediate threat. The Horcrux was a long-term problem. Quirrell was a short-term one. "You cannot win this," Harry said. "Walk away, Quirrell. Whatever he's promised you, power, knowledge, immortality, it's a lie. He's a parasite. He's feeding on you. I can see it. Your life force is draining into him like water into sand. You'll be dead within the year whether you get the stone or not." Quirrell's face spasmed. For 1 second, one brief, human second, the mask slipped, and Harry saw the man underneath. Terrified, exhausted, trapped in a bargain he couldn't escape, ridden by a consciousness that was slowly, inevitably consuming him. Quirrell had gone looking for Voldemort in Albania because he was ambitious and brilliant and desperately, pathetically hungry for the kind of power that would make people stop looking through him. He'd found power. It was eating him alive. Quirrell began. "Enough!" Voldemort's voice exploded from the back of Quirrell's head with a force that made the torches gutter. "Seize him! Use your hands! His barrier cannot stop physical contact. Grab the boy and force him before the mirror." Quirrell lunged. His hands reached for Harry's throat, fingers outstretched, and Harry let him come, let him close the distance, let his fingers approach the barrier, curious to see what would happen when living flesh met infinity. The answer was nothing. Quirrell's fingers stopped. 3 inches from Harry's skin, the same as every other attack, frozen in the infinite recursion of divided space. But Quirrell was committed. His momentum carried him forward, pressing harder, and Harry watched with the clinical interest of a researcher observing an experiment as Quirrell's fingertips pushed against infinity and began to burn. Not from infinity, from something else. Harry's skin was blazing, not with cursed energy, not with magic, with something older, something that lived in the boundary between Harry's body and the world, something that the Horcrux in his scar recognized and recoiled from. His mother's protection. The sacrificial magic that Dumbledore had anchored to the Dursleys' house, the love-made shield that had saved Harry as a baby, woven into his very flesh. And Quirrell, host to the thing that love had been deployed against, was burning. Smoke rose from Quirrell's fingers. The man screamed, a raw animal sound, and wrenched his hands back. His fingertips were blistered, the skin cracked and weeping, as though he'd pressed them against a hot stove. He stared at his ruined hands with an expression of incomprehension that was, despite everything, pitiable. "Interesting," Harry murmured. He looked at his own hands. The glow was fading, the protective magic settling back into dormancy, but he could still feel it, a warmth in his skin that was different from cursed energy and different from wizarding magic, a third kind of power that he hadn't known he possessed. Love. His mother's love, impressed into his cellular structure by the most powerful act of magic in the world, a parent's willingness to die for their child. Blue, red, and now this. The arsenal was growing. Voldemort was screaming at Quirrell, "Kill him! Use the curse! Kill him!" And Quirrell raised his wand with shaking, blistered hands, and Harry felt the dark magic building in the air like a thunderhead, the unmistakable gathering of energy that preceded a killing curse. The green light. The same green light that had killed his parents. Harry could see it forming at the tip of Quirrell's wand, the spell crystallizing from raw hatred and desperate intent, and something inside him, not Satoru's calm, not the Six Eyes analysis, but something purely Harry, purely the boy who'd grown up in a cupboard and survived and kept surviving, snapped. Harry raised his right hand. Blue formed in his palm, the attraction, the convergence, the crushing weight of compressed space. Harry raised his left hand. Red flared to life, the repulsion, the expansion, the violent rejection of everything it touched. He brought his hands together. The room went white. It wasn't purple. Not the true hollow purple, the perfected technique, the annihilation sphere, the masterwork that Gojo Satoru had used to erase mountains and end battles that should have been unwinnable. Harry's body wasn't ready for that. His pathways couldn't sustain the full fusion. What he produced was something smaller, something cruder, something that a kinder person might have called a prototype, and Satoru would have called adorable. But it was enough. The intersection of blue and red produced a sphere of distorted space roughly the size of a tennis ball, hovering between Harry's palms, vibrating with a frequency that made the air scream. It wasn't purple, it was white, too bright to look at directly, a point of spatial annihilation that existed at the boundary between attraction and repulsion and consumed everything it touched. Harry released it. The sphere crossed the distance between Harry and Quirrell in the time between heartbeats. Quirrell's half-formed killing curse disintegrated on contact, the green light snuffed out like a candle in a hurricane. The sphere continued, striking Quirrell in the center of his chest, and the man's body bent around the impact like paper around a fist. The protopurple didn't kill him. Harry had calibrated it barely, desperately, with a control that was more instinct than skill, to destroy without lethality. It tore through Quirrell's robes, shattered 3 ribs, ruptured the web of dark magic connecting him to Voldemort, and sent his body cartwheeling across the chamber to slam against the far wall with a force that cracked the stone. And it tore the turban away. Quirrell lay in a heap against the wall, unconscious or dying, his body broken and his magical reserves depleted. The turban lay in shreds on the floor, and rising from the wreckage like smoke from a fire, Voldemort's shade emerged. It was barely a shape. A face in the dark, those red eyes, that lipless mouth, the suggestion of a form that had no body to anchor it. It hung in the air of the chamber like a bad dream refusing to end, and its eyes were locked on Harry with an expression that had transcended fury and landed somewhere in the territory of existential horror. Because Voldemort understood now. The shade had felt the proto-purple pass through it, not around it, not over it, through it, and the intersection of blue and red had done something to the spectral form that pure magic couldn't. It had torn away a piece of the shade itself, a wisp of dark energy consumed by the spatial annihilation, gone beyond recovery. Harry had hurt him. Not his body, he didn't have one. His soul. The already fragmented, multiply-divided soul of Tom Riddle had lost another piece, and the loss was visible in the shade's form. Thinner, more transparent, the red eyes dimmer. "What are you?" Voldemort whispered. The arrogance was gone. The menace was gone. What remained was naked, desperate incomprehension. The voice of something that had spent 50 years believing it understood the boundaries of power and was now confronted with evidence that the map it had been using was missing entire continents. Harry stood in the center of the chamber. His nose was bleeding. His hands were shaking. The proto-purple had cost him more energy than he'd ever expended in a single moment, and his body was screaming at him in a language of exhaustion and pain that demanded immediate collapse. He stayed on his feet, because Satoru would have stayed on his feet, because the students he'd lost would have expected him to stay on his feet, because Ron was unconscious on a chessboard, and Hermione was crying over him, and Dumbledore was somewhere else playing a longer game, and this moment, this chamber, this broken Dark Lord hovering in the air, was Harry's to finish. "I'm Harry Potter," he said. His voice was rough, scraped raw by the energy that had passed through his throat. "And I'm the reason you should never have come back." Voldemort's shade looked at him for one more moment. Those red eyes, dimmed, frightened, burning with a hatred so pure it was almost admirable, met Harry's blazing blue, and something passed between them that was beyond words. A recognition, an understanding that this was not the end, that the war between them was just beginning, that whatever happened next, the stone, the prophecy, the Horcrux in Harry's scar, was merely the opening move in a game that would define both their fates. Then Voldemort fled. The shade screamed, a sound that Harry felt in his scar like a blade, and launched itself upward, passing through the stone ceiling like smoke through a grate, fleeing the chamber and the castle and the boy with the blue eyes, retreating into the world to lick its wounds and plan and wait and hate. Harry stood alone in the chamber. Quirrel lay against the far wall, breathing but barely. The mirror stood untouched, its surface gleaming, the stone still hidden in its depths. Harry's legs gave out. He hit the stone floor hard, catching himself on his hands and knees, and the blood from his nose dripped onto the flagstones in a steady patter. His vision was graying at the edges. The blue was fading, the 6 eyes shutting down as his body's energy reserves hit critical. He'd pushed too hard, too fast, demanded too much from a vessel that was still growing, still developing, still learning to contain the impossible fusion of power and potential that made him what he was. He had maybe 30 seconds of consciousness left. Harry crawled to the mirror of Arist. He didn't know why, instinct, maybe, or the part of his brain that was still thinking strategically even as the rest of it shut down. He pulled himself upright against the mirror's golden frame, leaving bloody handprints on the metal, and looked into the glass. His reflection stared back at him. Battered, bloody, blue-eyed, 11 years old and ancient at the same time. And his reflection smiled, not Harry's smile and not Satoru's smile, but something new, something that belonged to neither and both, and reached into its pocket and pulled out a small, rough-edged ruby that blazed with inner fire. The Philosopher's Stone. Harry felt the weight appear in his real pocket, a small, solid warmth against his thigh. The mirror had given it to him, because he didn't want to use it, because he wanted to find it, to protect it, to keep it from the thing that had just fled screaming into the night. The mirror's enchantment, designed to surrender the stone only to someone who desired it without desiring its power, had found in Harry Potter exactly the kind of soul it had been made to reward. Harry's fingers closed around the stone in his pocket. His vision was almost gone now, the gray closing in from every side, narrowing his world to a tunnel of fading light with the mirror at its center. In the mirror, behind his reflection, the figure stood. Yuji, Megumi, Nobara, Satoru. His parents, James and Lily, young and beautiful, smiling with the terrible tenderness of people who would always love him and could never tell him so. All of them together, both families, both lives. "Did I do okay?" Harry whispered, and his reflection smiled and gave him a thumbs up that was so purely, ridiculously Satoru that Harry laughed even as his consciousness slipped away. He was still laughing when Dumbledore found him, crumpled at the base of the Mirror of Arist with the Philosopher's Stone in his pocket and blood on his face, and a smile that the headmaster would remember for the rest of his very long life. Chapter 3 Part A End. Chapter 3 Part B. Throughout heaven and earth, I alone am the honored one. Harry woke to white. Not the white of the proto-purple, not the white of Satoru's uniform in the dreams. Hospital white, clean sheets, pale curtains, the particular antiseptic calm of Madame Pomfrey's domain. Sunlight fell through tall windows in warm columns, painting gold rectangles on the stone floor. Dust motes drifted lazily through the beams. The smell of healing potions hung in the air like a memory, sharp and herbal and faintly sweet. Harry lay still and took inventory. His body ached, a deep, cellular exhaustion that went beyond muscle fatigue, the kind of depletion that came from running your magical and cursed energy reserves down to fumes and then demanding more. His hands hurt. His head throbbed with the echo of the 6 eyes shut down, a phantom migraine that pulsed in time with his heartbeat. His nose felt swollen, and when he touched it, his fingers came away with the rust-colored residue of dried blood. But he was alive, and the stone was, he patted his pocket. Empty. "It's safe," said a voice from his left. Harry turned his head. Albus Dumbledore sat in a chair beside the hospital bed, dressed in robes of periwinkle blue that clashed magnificently with the clinical surroundings. A small table had materialized next to him, bearing an assortment of sweets, Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, chocolate frogs, a pile of what looked like homemade toffee, and the headmaster was holding a lemon drop between his thumb and forefinger with the reverent attention of a sommelier examining a rare vintage. "The stone has been returned to Nicholas," Dumbledore continued. "He and I have had a conversation, and we agree that it is best destroyed." Harry pushed himself upright against the pillows. The movement cost him, his vision grayed at the edges, and the room tilted, and he had to grip the bed frame until the world stabilized. Dumbledore watched this with an expression of gentle concern that Harry's perception, even in its depleted state, identified as roughly 70% genuine and 30% performance. "Destroyed," Harry repeated. Flamel agreed to that. Nicholas is 665 years old. He has had, by any reasonable measure, enough time. Dumbledore placed the lemon drop in his mouth and sucked on it thoughtfully. He and Perenelle have enough elixir stored to set their affairs in order. After that, they will die. And they are, I think, relieved. Harry processed this. A man who'd lived for 6 centuries, choosing death because the alternative, existing as a target for every power-hungry shade and dark wizard in the world, had become more exhausting than mortality. Harry understood. Satoru would have understood. There was a point where immortality stopped being a gift and became a cage, where the accumulation of years didn't add meaning but diluted it, stretching each moment thinner and thinner until life became a habit rather than a choice. "Good," Harry said. The stone was always going to attract monsters. Better to remove the temptation entirely. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose fractionally. It was a subtle movement, controlled instantly, but Harry caught it, the micro-expression of a man whose expectations had just been revised upward. Dumbledore had expected gratitude, perhaps, or curiosity. Not the cold, strategic assessment of an 11-year-old boy evaluating the destruction of one of the most powerful magical artifacts in history and pronouncing it good. "You are a remarkable young man, Harry," Dumbledore said. "I'm a tired young man, Professor." "How long have I been out?" 3 days. 3 days. Harry's jaw tightened. 3 days of vulnerability, of unconsciousness, of lying in a hospital bed while the world turned without him. The part of him that was Satoru recoiled from the weakness. The part that was Harry recognized it as the natural consequence of pushing past his limits and accepted it with the pragmatism of someone who'd learned, long ago, that the body kept its own accounts and always collected its debts. "Ron and Hermione? Mr. Weasley is recovering nicely. A concussion, as you suspected, Madame Pomfrey had him sorted within the hour. He's been sitting outside this ward every day since, waiting for you to wake. Miss Granger has been splitting her time between Mr. Weasley's bedside and the library, which I believe is her version of emotional processing." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. "They are both extraordinarily loyal. You choose your friends well. I choose my friends because they're good people. The loyalty is a bonus." Spoken like someone who values character over utility. Dumbledore paused, and when he spoke again, his voice had shifted, still warm, still grandfatherly, but carrying an undercurrent of something sharper. "I wonder, Harry, if you would extend me the same assessment. Harry met his eyes. The blue was dormant, his reserves were too depleted for the 6 eyes, but he didn't need enhanced perception to read the situation. This was the conversation Dumbledore had been building toward all year. The data-gathering exercise that the mirror, the cloak, the carefully arranged obstacles, and the entire architecture of the year's events had been designed to facilitate. Dumbledore had his information now. He'd watched Harry through the protections. McGonagall's chess set had surveillance charms woven into the enchantment. Harry had spotted them on the way through. He'd analyzed Harry's capabilities, his decision-making under pressure, his emotional vulnerabilities, his relationship with power. And now, he wanted to have the conversation that would set the terms for everything that came after. "I think," Harry said slowly, choosing each word with care, "that you are a good man who has been powerful for so long that you've forgotten the difference between protecting people and controlling them." The twinkle died. Not dramatically, it simply faded, like a light being dimmed by degrees, and what replaced it in Dumbledore's eyes was something Harry had never seen there before: honesty. Raw, unperformed, unvarnished honesty, stripped of the grandfather mask and the twinkling eyes and the lemon drops and the carefully constructed persona of the wise old mentor. Albus Dumbledore, unmasked, looked tired, and old, and sad. "You may be right," Dumbledore said quietly. "I am right. You moved the stone to Hogwarts knowing Voldemort would come for it. You set up protections that were calibrated to be passable, challenging enough to slow an intruder, easy enough that a motivated first year could navigate them. You gave me the invisibility cloak at Christmas, knowing it would encourage nighttime exploration. You placed the mirror of Arist where I would find it and watched my reaction to assess my psychology. Every step of this year has been a test, Professor. An audition. You were trying to determine what kind of weapon I am." The word hung in the air like smoke. Weapon. Dumbledore flinched from it, a genuine, involuntary flinch that told Harry more about the headmaster's internal state than an hour of legilimency could have. "Not a weapon," Dumbledore said. "Never a weapon. A champion, savior, chosen one?" Harry's voice was gentle, but the gentleness was itself a kind of blade. "The semantics change. The function doesn't. You have a war to fight, Professor. Voldemort isn't gone, he's out there, weakened but alive, and he'll find another way to come back. The prophecy binds us together, him and me, and you need me to be ready when the time comes. I understand all of that. I probably understand it better than you think." Dumbledore said nothing. He sat in his chair beside Harry's hospital bed, his hands folded in his lap, his ancient face carrying an expression of such complex, layered emotion that Harry's depleted perception could only catch fragments. Guilt, admiration, grief, calculation, love. All of it tangled together in the soul of a man who had spent a century trying to save the world and had learned, somewhere along the way, that the saved rarely thanked you and the cost never got cheaper. "But here's what you need to understand," Harry continued. "I am not your piece, I am not your plan. I will fight Voldemort, not because you arranged it, not because the prophecy demands it, but because he is a monster and I choose to stand against monsters. That's my choice. Mine. And if you try to take it from me, if you try to maneuver me, manipulate me, engineer my decisions toward outcomes you've predetermined, I will walk away. Not from the fight. From you." The hospital wing was silent. Somewhere outside, a bird was singing, its melody threading through the open window with the careless beauty of something that didn't know it was providing a soundtrack to a confrontation between the most powerful wizard of the age and the most unusual child the age had ever produced. Dumbledore removed his half-moon spectacles and cleaned them on his robe. The gesture was so human, so vulnerable, so completely at odds with the image of omniscient authority that the headmaster cultivated, that Harry felt something shift inside him. Not softening, exactly, but the recognition that the person across from him was not an adversary, but a deeply flawed, deeply committed human being who was trying, in his imperfect way, to hold the world together. "When I was young," Dumbledore said, still cleaning his glasses, his voice carrying the particular quality of a confession being made for the first time, "I believed that power was the answer. That if I could accumulate enough of it, enough knowledge, enough influence, enough magical ability, I could prevent suffering. could engineer a better world through sheer force of wisdom and will. He replaced the spectacles on his nose and looked at Harry with eyes that were, for the first time, completely unguarded. I was wrong. Power isn't the answer, it's the question, and the only acceptable answer is restraint. Restraint, Harry repeated. I have made terrible mistakes, Harry. Mistakes born of arrogance, of certainty, of the unforgivable presumption that I knew best. People I loved paid the price for those mistakes, and I swore, after the worst of them, that I would never again trust myself with power unchecked, that I would build systems of accountability, even imperfect ones, that I would surround myself with people who would tell me when I was wrong. His gaze was steady. I am telling you this because you deserve the truth, and because you are, whether either of us likes it, the single most important person in this war. And I would rather have your trust honestly than your obedience through manipulation. Harry studied him. Without the 6 eyes, he couldn't verify Dumbledore's sincerity with mathematical certainty, couldn't read the micro-expressions and magical fluctuations that betrayed deception. But he had something the 6 eyes couldn't provide. 11 years of reading people for survival, honed in a household where misreading a mood could mean a day without food. And his gut, that deep, instinctive assessment engine that combined Harry's human intuition with the ghost of Satoru's experience, told him that Dumbledore was telling the truth. Not the whole truth. There were things the headmaster was holding back. Harry could feel the shape of the omissions, the careful boundaries of the confession. The Horcrux in his scar, for instance. Dumbledore hadn't mentioned it, which meant either he didn't know about it or he did and wasn't ready to discuss it. Harry would bet his inheritance on the latter. But the core of what Dumbledore had said was genuine. The regret was real. The offer of transparency, however partial, was a significant concession from a man who'd spent a century operating in shadow. It wasn't enough. Not yet, but it was a start. I'll hold you to that, Harry said. The honesty, the accountability. I'll hold you to every word of it, Professor. And if you break faith with me, I won't give you a second chance. Dumbledore held his gaze for a long moment. Then, incredibly, he smiled, not the twinkling, grandfatherly performance smile, but something realer and sadder, the smile of a man who'd been challenged by someone he respected and found the experience bracing rather than threatening. I would expect nothing less, Dumbledore said. From a young man who defeated a troll by throwing it through a wall and told me it slipped on water. Harry's composure cracked. A laugh escaped, involuntary, bright, carrying the ghost of Satoru's amusement and the warmth of Harry's own humor. In my defense, the water excuse was Ron's idea. It was a terrible excuse. The worst, truly awful. I'm almost ashamed. Almost? Shame requires regret, Professor. And the look on Snape's face was worth any amount of moral compromise. Dumbledore laughed. A real laugh, full and warm, the kind of laugh that transformed his face from ancient to ageless and made the hospital wing feel, for a moment, like a place where people came to be healed rather than interrogated. Harry filed the sound away as evidence that Albus Dumbledore was, beneath the chess games and the century of accumulated guilt, a person capable of genuine joy. That mattered. People who could laugh could change, and Harry needed Dumbledore to change, because the alternative, an unchanging puppet master, pulling strings until the strings snapped, was the road to tragedy, and Harry had lived through enough tragedy for 2 lifetimes. There is one more thing, Dumbledore said, his tone shifting back toward serious. Quirrel. Is he dead? He died shortly after I removed Voldemort's shade from his body. The parasitic connection had degraded his organs beyond recovery. He was, in the end, as much a victim as a perpetrator. Dumbledore's expression was heavy with the particular weight of a man who'd failed to save someone he'd been responsible for. I should have intervened sooner. I watched him deteriorate all year and told myself I was gathering intelligence, building a case, waiting for the optimal moment to act. In truth, I was gambling with his life and I lost. Harry nodded. He could have said something cutting, could have pointed out that this was exactly the kind of calculation he'd warned Dumbledore about, the chess player mentality that reduced people to pieces. But the guilt in Dumbledore's voice was so raw, so obviously genuine, that cruelty would have been redundant. Don't let it happen again, Harry said instead. Simple, direct. The words of someone who understood that guilt was only useful if it changed behavior. I will endeavor not to. Dumbledore rose from his chair with the careful movements of a very old man whose body had opinions about prolonged sitting. Your friends are waiting outside. I've kept them at bay for long enough. Madame Pomfrey has been threatening to hex me if I tire you out. He moved toward the door, then paused. Harry, Professor? The thing you did, in the chamber, the sphere of light that struck Quirrel. Dumbledore's eyes were sharp behind his spectacles, the analytical mind reasserting itself. That was not any magic I have ever encountered, in any tradition, in over a century of study. What was it? Harry looked at him. The question was genuine. The headmaster's curiosity was as much a fundamental force of his personality as his guilt or his love. And Harry could feel the crossroads in the moment. Lie, deflect, maintain the ambiguity that kept Dumbledore guessing and off balance. Or give him something. A piece of the truth. A gesture of the transparency he'd just demanded. Satoru had been secretive. Satoru had kept his own counsel, played his own game, trusted his own judgment above all others, and the isolation had been both his greatest strength and the weapon that his enemies ultimately used against him. Sealed away, alone, because no one knew enough about him to save him, because he'd never let anyone close enough to try, Harry would not make that mistake. It's called hollow purple, Harry said, or it will be when I can do it properly. What I used was a fraction of its potential, a prototype. The full technique combines two opposing forces, spatial attraction and spatial repulsion. Where they intersect, matter ceases to exist. Dumbledore absorbed this with the stillness of a man whose entire understanding of magical theory was being quietly rewritten. Spatial manipulation, he murmured. Not transfiguration, not charms, not any recognized branch of magical practice. You're describing the direct alteration of physical space at a fundamental level. Yes, where did you learn this? I remembered it. Dumbledore's eyes narrowed, not with suspicion, but with the intense focus of a mind engaging with a puzzle that genuinely challenged it. The Mirror of Eris, he said slowly. You told me you saw people you'd lost, people you loved. I've been turning that answer over for months, Harry, an 11-year-old boy who's lost people he loved. Not his parents, the grief was wrong for that, too specific, too personal. People from somewhere else. Harry said nothing. Dumbledore studied his face, and Harry let him, sat in the hospital bed with his hands folded over the blankets and his green eyes steady, and his expression carrying exactly as much information as he chose to reveal, which was enough. Another life, Dumbledore said, barely a whisper. Reincarnation. The soul carries forward, and with it, the memories and abilities of a previous existence. That's what you are, isn't it? Not just Harry Potter. Something older. Something transplanted from a tradition of magic that this world has never seen. The man was brilliant. Irritating, manipulative, burdened by a guilt complex the size of Scotland, and brilliant. His name was Gojo Satoru, Harry said. He was the strongest sorcerer in his world. He died, I was born, and I carry what he left behind. Dumbledore stood very still for a long time. The sunlight moved across the floor. The bird outside kept singing. And Albus Dumbledore, who had spent 110 years believing he understood the boundaries of the possible, quietly and without fanfare accepted that he had been wrong. The strongest sorcerer, Dumbledore repeated softly. In his world, in this one. Harry's mouth curved into a smile, sharp, bright, carrying the vast, lazy, unshakable confidence that was the signature of both his lives. In this one, I'm still working on it. Dumbledore looked at him. Really looked, with all the depth and penetration his ancient, powerful mind could bring to bear. And what he saw, what he finally allowed himself to see, was not a weapon, not a chess piece, not a prophecy child to be aimed and fired. It was a person. Complex, powerful, grieving, determined, funny, arrogant, kind, and absolutely, categorically unwilling to be anything other than what he chose to be. I believe, Dumbledore said, with the careful deliberation of a man revising a lifetime of assumptions, that I have significantly underestimated you, Harry. Most people do. I try not to take it personally. Dumbledore shook his head, and the smile that broke across his face was the most human expression Harry had ever seen him wear. I will send your friends in. And Harry, for what it's worth, I am very glad you are on our side." He left. The door closed behind him, and Harry sat in the quiet hospital wing and let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. The conversation had gone better than he'd feared and worse than he'd hoped, which was, he supposed, the definition of a negotiation. But the foundation was laid. Transparency, accountability, mutual respect, even if it was fragile and untested. A relationship built on honesty rather than manipulation, on choice rather than obligation. It would have to be enough. For now. The door burst open. Ron came through first, his head bandaged, his freckled face cycling through relief and joy and the suppressed terror of someone who'd spent 3 days convinced his best friend was dying. Hermione was right behind him, her eyes red-rimmed, her hair wilder than usual, clutching a stack of get-well cards that she'd apparently been organizing by date and sender, because that was how Hermione processed worry. "Harry!" Ron grabbed the chair Dumbledore had vacated and dragged it to the bedside with a screech of metal on stone. "Bloody hell, mate, you look terrible." "You should see the other guy," Harry said. "Oh wait, you can't, he disintegrated." "He didn't disintegrate," Hermione corrected, settling onto the edge of the bed with the careful precision of someone who'd been told by Madame Pomfrey not to jostle the patient. "He died of parasitic organ failure following the forcible separation of a spectral entity from his central nervous system, which is worse, honestly." "Hermione, the man's been unconscious for 3 days. Maybe ease into the medical details." He asked. He made a joke, there's a difference. Harry looked at them, bickering, worried, alive here, and the warmth that filled his chest was so intense it was almost painful. These 2 ridiculous, wonderful, impossible people who'd followed him through a trapdoor and past a 3-headed dog and over a giant chessboard because he'd asked them to. Because they loved him. Not because he was the boy who lived or the reincarnation of the strongest sorcerer in another world. Because he'd shared his chocolate frogs and gone after Hermione when the troll came and talked to Ron like he mattered. The simplest things, the most important things. "I told Dumbledore," Harry said, "about Satoru, about the reincarnation." Both of them went quiet. Ron's hand, reaching for the toffee on the bedside table, paused mid-grab. Hermione's organizing of the get-well card stilled. "Everything?" Hermione asked. "The broad strokes. He needed to understand what he's dealing with, and I needed him to know that I'm not his to control." Harry paused. "He took it well, better than I expected." "Dumbledore's smart," Ron said, finally completing the toffee acquisition. "Probably the smartest bloke in Britain. He'd have figured it out eventually anyway." "Better he hears it from you." "That's actually very astute, Ron. Don't sound so surprised. I do have thoughts occasionally." "Debatable," Hermione murmured, and Ron threw a wrapper at her head, and she batted it away with the reflexive precision of someone who'd been dealing with the Weasley family's projectile habits for months, and Harry watched them and felt the last knot of tension in his chest finally dissolve. They were okay. All of them. Battered, exhausted, carrying experiences that no 11-year-old should have to carry, but okay. Alive. Together. Satoru would have approved. The end-of-year feast was a riot of color and noise. The Great Hall was draped in Slytherin green and silver. They'd won the House Cup, a fact that Draco Malfoy's face was radiating with insufferable smugness from across the room. Harry sat at the Gryffindor table between Ron and Hermione, eating treacle tart and listening to Fred and George debate the aerodynamic properties of bread rolls, and felt the particular bittersweet ache of an ending approaching. Dumbledore stood. The hall went quiet with the trained responsiveness of a student body that had learned to associate the headmasters, standing with either important announcements or deeply peculiar speeches. "Another year gone," Dumbledore said, his voice carrying to every corner without apparent effort. "And before we lose ourselves in the feast, I have some last-minute points to award." The hall stirred. Harry felt Ron tense beside him. "First, to Mr. Ronald Weasley, for the best-played game of chess Hogwarts has seen in many years, 50 points. The Gryffindor table exploded. Ron's face went the color of his hair, a shade of red so intense it seemed to emit its own light. Percy was shouting something about always knowing Ron would distinguish himself. The twins were pounding the table. Second, to Miss Hermione Granger for the use of cool logic in the face of fire, 50 points. Hermione buried her face in her hands. Harry could see her shoulders shaking, and he knew, from the specific frequency of the shaking, from the way her fingers were pressed against her eyes, that she was crying. Not sad tears. The other kind. The kind that came when you'd spent your whole life being told you were too much, too intense, too bookish, and then someone stood in front of the whole school and said your intelligence was worth 50 points. Harry put his hand on her shoulder and squeezed, and Hermione's hand came up and gripped his fingers, and neither of them said anything because some things didn't need words. Third, to Mr. Harry Potter for pure nerve and outstanding courage, 60 points. The noise was deafening. Harry let it wash over him, let the sound and the heat and the uncomplicated joy of 300 children celebrating fill the spaces inside him that were still raw from the chamber and the mirror and the 3 days of unconsciousness. The points put Gryffindor into the lead by 10. The banners above the hall shifted, green to red, silver to gold, and the Slytherin table's collective expression could have curdled milk at 40 paces. Harry caught Draco's eye across the hall. The blonde boy's face was a mask of fury, his jaw clenched so tight Harry could see the muscles jumping. But beneath the fury, visible only to someone who knew how to look, who could read the micro-expressions beneath the performance, was something else. Something smaller and sadder and more confused. The 11-year-old boy behind the Malfoy mask, watching Harry Potter receive the adulation of the school, and wondering, in the private darkness of his own thoughts, what it would feel like to earn something rather than inherit it. Harry didn't look away. He held Draco's gaze for 3 seconds, not gloating, not challenging, just acknowledging, seeing him, the way Harry saw everyone when he chose to look. Draco looked away first, but the confusion in his eyes lingered, and Harry filed it away as a seed that might, with enough time and enough patience, grow into something better. The feast continued. Harry ate and laughed and let Ron try to explain the chess match to anyone who would listen. Ron's recounting had grown more dramatic with each retelling. By the end of the evening, the White Queen would be 30 feet tall and breathing fire. Hermione discussed exam results with Percy, who was both impressed and slightly threatened by her scores. The Weasley twins were planning something that involved fireworks and almost certainly violated several school rules and possibly some laws of physics. Harry sat in the middle of it all and breathed. This was it. This was what Satoru had fought for, not the grand battles, not the cosmic stakes, not the showdowns between ultimate powers. This, children laughing, friends sharing food, a room full of people who were, for this one evening, safe and happy and together. This is what you protect, the voice said, and for the first time it wasn't Satoru's voice, it was Harry's. The morning of departure was chaos, trunks being dragged down staircases, owls protesting the indignity of cages, first years who'd lost essential items and were convinced they'd been stolen by Peeves, they had. The Hogwarts Express steamed at the Hogsmeade platform, scarlet and patient, waiting to carry them back to the world they'd come from, the Muggle world, the normal world, the world that didn't know about trolls and three-headed dogs and dark lords living in turbans. Harry stood on the platform with his trunk at his feet and Hedwig on his shoulder and watched his classmates stream toward the train. Ron was already aboard, hanging out of a window and shouting something about saving a compartment. Hermione was hugging a tearful Neville goodbye, promising to write, already planning next year's study schedule with a zeal that suggested she considered summer a temporary inconvenience between academic terms. Hagrid appeared at Harry's side, enormous and gentle, carrying a leather-bound photo album that he pressed into Harry's hands with a gruffness that was trying very hard not to be emotional. "Made it fur ya," Hagrid said. "Got owls out to all your parents' old school friends, asked for photos. Thought y'd thought you might like it." Harry opened the album. The first page, his mother and father, young and laughing, standing in front of Hogwarts with their arms around each other. Lily's red hair caught the sunlight. James's glasses were crooked. They looked happy in the uncomplicated, full-hearted way of people who didn't know what was coming. Harry's eyes burned. He closed the album carefully, held it against his chest, and looked up at Hagrid. "Thank you," he said. 2 words, completely inadequate. But Hagrid heard what was behind them, the depth, the gratitude, the fierce and permanent loyalty of a boy who'd spent 10 years receiving nothing and would remember every gift for the rest of his life. And the half-giant's face crumpled, and he pulled Harry into a hug that lifted him 3 feet off the ground and probably cracked a rib. "Yeah, write to me, Harry. Promise Yale right." "Every week," Harry said, muffled against Hagrid's coat. "I promise." Hagrid set him down, wiped his eyes with a tablecloth-sized handkerchief, and retreated before the tears could properly start. Harry watched him go, this enormous, kind, slightly ridiculous man who kept dragons under his bed and named 3-headed dogs Fluffy and had been the first person in Harry's life to tell him he was special, and made a private, permanent decision to always protect Rubeus Hagrid. Harry boarded the train. He found the compartment Ron had saved, the same one they'd sat in on the journey up 9 months and a lifetime ago. Ron was already deep in a chocolate frog, and Hermione was already reading, and Hedwig was already asleep, and the normalcy of it was so perfect that Harry stood in the doorway for a moment just looking at it before he sat down. "All right, mate?" Ron asked. "Yeah," Harry said. "I'm all right." The train pulled out of Hogsmeade. The castle receded in the window, growing smaller with distance, but never less real, its towers and turrets catching the morning light like a crown of gold and stone. Harry watched it go and felt the connection between himself and the ancient building stretch but not break, a thread of mutual recognition, castle to student, magic to magic, that distance couldn't sever. "I'll be back," Harry thought, and the castle hummed in response, a vibration he felt in his bones rather than heard with his ears. "Wait for me." The Scottish Highlands rolled past the windows, wild and green, giving way to gentler English countryside as the hours passed. They played Exploding Snap, ate too many sweets, argued about Quidditch. Neville stopped by to show them his toad, which had somehow survived the year despite Neville's ongoing inability to keep track of it. Dean and Seamus came and went, arguing about football. The Weasley twins made an appearance, tried to sell Harry a canary cream, and were chased off by Hermione with a ferocity that suggested she'd learned things about their products that she disapproved of on both ethical and chemical grounds. Normal, wonderful, fleeting. Harry excused himself midway through the journey, claiming a need for the bathroom. He walked down the train corridor until he found an empty compartment, stepped inside, and closed the door. He needed a moment. Just one. Harry sat by the window and looked at his reflection in the glass. The boy who looked back was thin, scarred, wearing second-hand robes and broken glasses and a hand-knitted sweater from a woman he'd never met. His eyes were green. Lily's eyes. Harry's eyes. And behind the green, patient and permanent, the blue waited. Not dormant, never dormant, growing, every day a little more. Every night in the room of requirement a little stronger. The 6 eyes, the limitless, the techniques of a man who'd stood at the pinnacle of power in another world and chosen to use that power to teach, to protect, to build a future worth living in. Harry reached into his trunk and pulled out the one non-essential item he'd purchased during a covert trip to a Muggle shop in London, something he'd bought with money from his Gringotts vault, converted to pounds through a process that had involved Hagrid, a confused bank teller, and a 20-minute argument about exchange rates. Sunglasses. Round, dark-lensed, sitting comfortably on his face when he put them on. Not a blindfold, he wasn't Satoru, and he didn't need to hide the 6 eyes behind cloth, but a nod, an acknowledgement, a quiet tribute to the man whose legacy he carried, worn in the only way that felt right, not as a mask but as a choice. Harry looked at his reflection again. Green eyes behind dark lenses, lightning scar, messy black hair that in certain light at certain angles carried the faintest shimmer of white at the roots. He grinned. The grin was his own, not Satoru's lazy smile, not Harry's cautious half-smile, but something new. Something that belonged to the person he was becoming, the fusion of 2 lives and 2 legacies, and 2 kinds of strength that the world had never seen combined. Harry stood, pocketed the sunglasses, and walked back to the compartment where his friends were waiting. He slid open the door and dropped into his seat, and Ron threw him a chocolate frog, and Hermione told him he'd missed a fascinating passage about transfiguration theory, and the train carried them south through the English summer. London materialized outside the windows, gray and vast and mundane. The train slowed. King's Cross approached. And Harry felt the transition coming. The shift from one world to another, from magic to mundane, from the boy who'd faced Voldemort in a burning chamber to the boy who lived in a cupboard under the stairs. Except he didn't live in that cupboard anymore. He hadn't lived there since the moment the blue first flickered in his eyes, since the moment the dreams started, since the moment Gojo Satoru's soul settled into his bones and began, with infinite patience and endless love, to wake up. Harry stood as the train stopped, gathered his trunk, settled Hedwig's cage on top, looked at Ron and Hermione, his team, his family, his reason, and smiled. "Same time next year?" he asked. "Wouldn't miss it," Ron said. "Try and stop me," Hermione said. They walked off the train together. The platform was crowded, parents, siblings, the joyful chaos of reunion. Ron spotted his mother and was immediately engulfed in a hug that involved at least 4 family members. Hermione's parents, muggle-confused but beaming, waved from near the barrier. Harry stood at the edge of the crowd with his trunk and his owl and watched. The Dursleys would be waiting on the other side. Vernon's scowl, Petunia's thin lips, Dudley's nervous flinch, the cupboard, the silence, the long summer weeks of being nobody, except he wasn't nobody. He had never been nobody. He was Harry Potter, and he was the echo of Gojo Satoru, and he was the boy who'd stared down the shade of the most feared dark wizard in a century and told him to stay dead. He was the boy who'd found blue in a candle-lit room and red in a memory of grief and the first glimmer of purple in a moment of desperate, furious love. He was the boy who'd looked into a mirror that showed your heart's desire and seen 2 families, one he'd lost, one he'd found, standing together behind his reflection. He was the strongest, not yet in fact, but in trajectory, in potential. In the absolute, unshakable certainty that the power growing inside him would continue to grow until it reached a level that this world had no framework to measure. And he would use it. Not for glory, not for dominion, not for the cold calculus of the greater good. For the people he loved. For the children in the great hall and the friend on the chessboard and the girl in the library and the giant with the photo album. For the world that had given him a home when the cupboard tried to make him small. Harry put on the sunglasses, adjusted them once, grinned at nothing and everything. He walked toward the barrier between platforms 9 and 10, and the crowd parted around him without knowing why, an instinctive, unconscious reaction to the gravitational pull of something that was, even now, even suppressed, even wrapped in a second-hand sweater and broken glasses, fundamentally extraordinary. He paused at the barrier, looked back over his shoulder at the platform, the steam, the families, the castle somewhere far to the north, waiting for him with ancient patience. "Ma," Harry murmured, in Japanese, the word falling from his lips with the easy warmth of a language he'd never been taught and had always known. His grin widened behind the dark lenses. "This time, I won't let anyone die." He stepped through the barrier and into the Muggle world, and the sunlight hit his face, and somewhere deep inside him, in the place where the blue lived, where the memories slept, where the strongest sorcerer who ever lived had laid down his burdens and trusted a boy to carry them forward, something vast and ancient and infinitely loving smiled. Behind him, the barrier sealed. Ahead, the summer waited. And after the summer, the castle. And after the castle, the war. But that was later. Right now, there was sunlight, and sunglasses, and the lingering taste of chocolate frogs, and the knowledge that somewhere in the world, Ron Weasley was being smothered by his mother and Hermione Granger, was explaining magic to dentists, and Hedwig was sleeping peacefully in her cage, and the strongest person in the world was 11 years old and walking through King's Cross Station with his hands in his pockets and a grin on his face. Throughout heaven and earth, he alone was the honored one. And he was just getting started. Chapter 3 end. And that's the full story, Ayush. 3 chapters, from cupboard to confrontation to the promise of everything that comes next. Harry carrying Satoru's light into a world that desperately needs it, not as a copy, but as something entirely new. Would you like me to revisit any chapter, expand on a particular scene, or start developing a continuation?